I hope you can hear now. I don't know. Let me check my stream. Let me Now it's frozen. uh oh my god. Okay. Reconnection successful. This is what I get for forgetting to plug in my Ethernet cable before starting. I'm on Wi-Fi and the walls in. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. So, are there any other problems? What a great start. What a great start to the stream. I've went ahead, connected my Ethernet cable. I had to get it all the way down the stairs, but we're good. Okay, so starting again. Pretend like the last 11 minutes or so didn't happen. Okay, so face reveal. I just ate. I'm lactose intolerant. I had pizza, so I might be a little uncomfortable, but anyway, face reveal, whatever. Um Previously I've covered some part of my face, but I decided I didn't want to do that anymore because it's annoying to have your face covered, and streaming is also, you have to have a lot of energy to do it, which is one reason I didn't want to do it for a while, but I decided I want to start streaming again pretty regularly. I don't know if that's going to happen, but that's kind of my hope. No promises, but for this stream, I wanted to give my thoughts on Halo Campaign Evolved and maybe after we do that, I will get into some Halo modding. So I guess we'll start. I haven't streamed in a while. Let me I did make some notes because originally I was going to make a video about my thoughts, but I didn't really want to put in the effort of like producing a video just to talk about this, and so many people have already made their own videos. And I think like Jervalen made a really good one that I really liked his opinions. I think Late Night Gaming or Rocket, I get Late Night Gaming and Rocket Sloth confused. I think it was Late Night Gaming. They made a really good video too, which I pretty much agreed with entirely. I get them confused because I don't actually watch a whole lot of YouTube videos about Halo, like at all. So I will eventually, when a big piece of news comes out like Halo Campaign Evolved, you would think I would watch a whole lot more Halo content on YouTube, considering that Halo is kind of like my autistic obsession. I just said that to be funny, but the truth of the matter is that usually whatever new Halo has going on, I'm like totally not interested. I'm really more of a classic Bungie boomer. So I wrote down some notes. I'm late to reacting to all of this because I've been really busy. I've been traveling around, and I was saving all of my thoughts for a video, but then a bunch of people beat me to the punch, and I'm like, I don't really know if there's anything of value I can really add that anybody else hasn't already said. So I'm just going to just give my thoughts in a stream, make it a little less grand. So I thought we would start with the Steam page for Halo Campaign Evolved. It is, I mean, it really shouldn't be that weird considering that both the Master Chief Collection and Infinite are on Steam, but it is still kind of surreal seeing Halo be on a platform that isn't totally Microsoft. Here we go. Of course, I have it on my wish list. I don't know if I'm going to buy it day one. I'm probably going to see what people think about it before I buy it, because I've been burned on so many games, not just Halo, but the most recent one being Starfield 2 years ago. I got Starfield day one, and I'm like, wow, this game sucks. I got 29 hours into Starfield, and I'm like, I'm never playing this game ever again. I wish I could get a refund on it because I spent like $70 on the damn game, but yeah, anyway. Halo Campaign Evolved is a faithful yet expanded remake. Okay. Let me finish. Of Halo Combat Evolved's campaign rebuilt from the ground up. Yeah, I kind of agree with you, Patty T, about that, because it's like, this is a remake of one of my favorite games, so it's like you kind of feel an obligation, but it's like I'll get into like all of my opinions on it, but it's a faithful yet expanded remake of Halo Combat Evolved's campaign rebuilt from the ground up. Okay, so where do I even begin? I think I'm going to give you one of probably my biggest video game opinion of all time. I cannot stand remasters. I hate remasters to death. I wish remasters would never be done. I think if you're not giving me anything new in terms of gameplay, I don't care. So when Oblivion Remastered came out earlier this year, like in April or May, you know, it was like the worst kept secret ever in video game news, like this whole year. And and people couldn't agree, is this going to be a remaster or remake? And I was like, I I pray to the nine that this is going to be a remake, because remasters almost never offer anything new except, hey, look at these fancy new graphics that we put on an old game. Like if it's if it's going to play like an old game, I would just rather it look like an old game. You know, so much of a video game, when a video game is made, it is made to look a certain way based on engine limitations or whatever, and they take the limitations of the engine and they have those limitations inform the art style. That's kind of how, I mean, that's certainly how Halo Combat Evolved was like. And I think the Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary, the original remaster, what they did with that, it's pretty much universally hated. It is, I mean, I don't need to beat a dead horse because everybody's talked about it. I don't think there's a single redeeming factor of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary other than it added skulls. And maybe added Halo Combat Evolved multiplayer maps to Halo Reach. Everything else about Combat Evolved Anniversary is just god awful. The sound, I didn't pay attention enough to the sound of Anniversary because the visuals were such a turnoff. The thing is that I think Halo 2 Anniversary is about the only remaster of a game that I really care about. I think it's okay. I would still rather play the original Halo 2 graphics and audio. I think Halo 2 Anniversary is probably the best. I mean, it's definitely a lot better than Anniversary. That's like not even a question. The thing I don't like about Halo 2 Anniversary is not the graphics, it's not the gameplay. I mean, the gameplay's the same, but I actually don't and the sound effects are fine. They did some they did some creative liberties with the soundtrack for Halo 2 Anniversary that I didn't like. One example is one of the glue segments that plays on Quarantine Zone. And the glue track, it plays between Menace, the drum heavy track in Quarantine Zone, and plays between that and I think the cutscene where you get on the gondola with, or the cutscene that plays right before you get onto the gondola. I think that's the glue track. And it sounds totally different in Halo 2 Anniversary, and I'm like, it's worse. It sounds worse. Like the glue track from the original Halo 2 soundtrack goes so hard, and they nerfed it in the Anniversary soundtrack. That being said, a lot of the changes they did do to the soundtrack I thought were okay. I thought were a little interesting, like that one glue or ambience track that plays in Cairo Station, at the very beginning of Cairo Station, before you fight the first wave of Covenant. I think that's interesting what they did with that. And I think the and then the percussion track, I think, is Wage, that is right after that, I think is a pretty good remake of that, or re-recording of that song. I think that's fine. There was just some liberties that were taken with Halo 2 Anniversary soundtrack that I didn't appreciate. That was the... I'm trying to think of if there was anything else with Halo 2 Anniversary, but I thought for the most part Halo 2 Anniversary was all right. I still was kind of like, why do we need to do this? I would just, when it comes to video game remasters, I would just rather them re-release the game and make it playable on modern hardware. I don't think they need to update it or anything. And it really frustrates me that Halo 1 Anniversary is the default set graphics on the Master Chief Collection. My nephews, like 2 months ago, just recently got into Halo. They got the Master Chief Collection, and they've been playing through Halo 1, 2, and 3. The problem is that they're young, and they don't even know that the classic graphics are even a thing, because they don't care about going through the menus. They just want to play the game. They just want to start up and play it. So every time they start up Halo 1, they're starting up a totally inferior version of it that was not the original intention of the game. And it really makes me mad that Combat Evolved Anniversary is the default option. Most people don't know that it's even an option. And it's not a personal preference thing either. I think it's just you're kind of rewriting history. You're making this game... Combat Evolved was made with such an intent. And Halo 1 Anniversary is just not good. It's just really not. It removes so much of the original intention. Anyway, I'm talking in circles, but I don't like remasters because I don't see a point in remasters. I think remasters are just stupid. If you're giving me the same game that I've been playing forever, I would just rather play the game as it is. If you're not going to bother updating any gameplay systems, then I don't see the point in upgrading the audio or the visuals, because I feel like you're going to have a far less cohesive experience that way. When a developer develops gameplay systems, they do it with some sort of intent, and the visuals of a game are meant to match the gameplay. I'm out of focus. There we go. So Oblivion is, again, it's not my favorite Elder Scrolls game, but I love the Elder Scrolls. And Oblivion is probably my second favorite Elder Scrolls game. You can probably imagine what my favorite Elder Scrolls game is. It's almost everybody's favorite Elder Scrolls game. I'm not saying it's the best one, it's just my personal favorite, and that's Skyrim. But Oblivion, I've played hundreds of hours of Oblivion. Morrowind. I like Morrowind too. I don't hate Morrowind. I even like Daggerfall, but so I don't know if I count as a Sky baby, because I appreciate Morrowind and Daggerfall, but Skyrim is my favorite. Even though I do recognize that Morrowind is superior in many ways. So anyway, going back, before Oblivion Remastered came out, people couldn't agree on if it was going to be a remaster or remake. And I was hoping it was going to be a remake because I'm like, I don't want to play the same game that I already own, but with Unreal Engine 5 running on top of it. There's no point. There's no point to it. I don't play video games for graphics. I play video games for the game. And it was shadow dropped. I'm pretty sure I stayed up late because everybody was like, people knew that it was coming out, or that they were at least doing like a direct or whatever. And I saw those a remaster, and I'm like, okay, I'm immediately uninterested in playing this. Like, as you can imagine, I'm really excited for Sky Oblivion because at least it's a remake. It's not the same game. I am actually thinking of streaming Sky Oblivion when it comes out because I'm just super excited for it. I think it's going to be awesome. But I think I've made my point. I think remasters are useless. I don't think remasters really have that much value to them. And I just think, oh my God, come on. I think that just re-release the game, make it playable on modern systems, and that's all you need to do. Don't change the game, because games are made with a very specific like philosophies and everything, and when you start changing things, you mess up that philosophy. With remakes, Jesus. I don't know why it's going out of focus. With remakes, because it is going to be a different game. They have the creative liberties to do what they want, and it's going to be a modern take. And I like remakes. I think remakes are a great thing because as long as the remake isn't made to replace the original game, I'm all for remakes. I'm just getting a new game, but with a familiar story, familiar theming and everything like that. What do I think of Campaign Evolved getting a Halo 4 and 5 reboot? I'm not sure if I understand the question. That we're going to get into it. I think this looks a lot like Halo Infinite, which makes me worried. Not that Halo Infinite's bad, but like this is Halo Combat Evolved, not Halo Infinite. I will say Halo Infinite, while Halo Infinite is not a game that I really care that much about, at least it was trying to appeal to classic Halo fans in a way. I am a classic Halo fan. I remember when Halo 4 came out, I got it, and I played quite a bit of it. But I'm like, this is not the game I wanted. And it disappointed me so bad that I did not get an Xbox One. And I have, to this day, have not played Halo 5 because it has Prometheans. I think Prometheans are the worst enemy design in almost any video game I've ever played. They're just stupid. And it's not a skill issue. It's like there's not like an interesting dance that you have with them. Like people talk about the hunter dance or the elite dance when you're in battle with them. when you have an enemy like a Promethean that can just teleport, and there's no like telegraph that they're teleporting, and now you've just wasted a mag trying to take down their shields, and now they teleport and you can't get the killing move in, then it's just stupid. If CE 1 through 3 are successful and they take the next step and reboot 343 games, that is just my opinion about Promethean Knights. I don't like them. They were one of the main reasons I hated Halo 4 and why I didn't want to play Halo 5. If they reboot, I don't think that they're going to... I mean, it depends on their release schedule. How long is it going to take them to make these remakes? So this is coming out next year. If Halo 2... Halo 2 could be like... Halo 2 remake could be a few years off, and then that would make Halo 3 at best probably 7 years off. I mean, I would imagine it takes like 4 to 6 years for a AAA game to come out. Now, Unreal Engine will probably expedite that process because they don't have to upgrade and maintain their own in-house game engine. So we'll see about that. There was almost nothing I liked about Halo 4. I am somebody who, let's just say Prometheans aren't why 5 was bad. See, I haven't played Halo 5, so I don't know what Halo 5 plays like, because I didn't have an interest, because Halo 4 turned me off that much from the series. And by that time, after Halo 4 came out, I took a huge hiatus from first-person shooter games almost entirely. I've heard that the main problem with Halo 5 is its story. I don't know much about the story. The only thing I liked about... I don't even know if I could say a single thing I liked about Halo 4. I am somebody who believes that Halo 3 was the intended ending of the story. Now, the legendary ending, sure, you can argue that, oh, you see Requiem in the legendary ending, but the problem with that is legendary endings, I don't think have ever been considered canon. Especially the Halo 1 legendary ending where Johnson and that elite hug. That's not considered canon. Now, I am somebody who doesn't care about extended universe stuff. I don't care about the books. Or the TV show or anything. I don't even know if the TV show is considered canon. Probably not. But, or like the Forward Unto Dawn movie. Like, if a video game, if a video game has a story, I shouldn't have to read a book to understand what's happening. The books should only be completely optional. Yeah, I do know ODST is canon. We haven't even started talking about Campaign Evolved yet, but I think I'm just laying out like what I think. So like, I haven't read any of the Halo books, and I don't really care to. I'm only interested in what is presented in the games, because Halo is a video game series. I don't think I should read a book. I don't really care to, not that I don't like reading books. I mean, I kind of don't, but that has more to do with me, than anything. But, I mean, I shouldn't say that. I like books, but if I want a Halo story, I'm not going to go to a book. Like, if I want a Star Wars story, I'm not going to go to a book. I'm going to want to watch the films because Star Wars is a film franchise. Halo is a video game franchise. So I'm not going to read a Halo book if unless the story is actually that interesting. And I know some of like the original books were written by Joe Staten and or original Bungie people, I don't know, but um like I guess my headcanon is that only the video games matter. Now, let's go back to the Halo 3 Legendary ending. So, I don't think the Halo 3 Legendary ending was meant to be canon. We know for a fact, at least I'm pretty sure, that the Halo 1 ending was not meant to be canon. The other thing is that I feel like, and this might come off as like 343 hate, I'm not interested in fighting PR battles for companies that don't know who I am. Like, I don't have an emotional connection. I'm not trying to pull 343 down. Like, it's just my opinion. I think it was Frank O'Connor. Let me make sure I'm thinking of the right person. Oops. um Yeah, I think it was Frank O'Connor. Wasn't it Frank O'Connor who came in at the end of Halo 3? And he wrote like the terminals, which never really liked the terminals. I thought the terminals, I mean, the terminals contradict the story that is in Halo 3. It just amazes me how 343 Guilty Spark can say multiple times throughout the campaigns, especially in Halo 1 and Halo 3, that Forerunners were ancient human, and then the terminals were like, actually, that's not true. And then they centered the Reclaimer saga around the idea that Forerunners were a completely different species. And that completely just ruins a lot of the I think that ruins a lot of the story, because then you start to ask the question, why do the Covenant hate humans so much? Like, I was always under the impression that, I mean, the Prophet of Truth knew the truth that humans were, or Forerunners were ancient human. He knew that, but he didn't want to give up his political power and realized that if the truth got out that Forerunners were ancient human, he would be dethroned. Hey, Foot of Gold, I know who you are. Anyway, I'm not gonna dox you. I could say your name right now. Anyway, so I just thought it didn't make any sense that they made the Forerunners not ancient humans. I am doing well. I feel hot right now, which is why my face might look a little red. Just hot in here. And I also have these lights on me, because if I didn't have them on, my camera would freak out. So, I think I made my point about the whole Forerunner thing. It just doesn't make any sense to me. The whole Forerunner stuff with Halo 4 and 5. I just don't know if I can say a single good thing about the Halo 4 story, except that I think Del Rio is kind of an interesting antagonist. That's maybe the only thing. But even we're not going to be talking. I shouldn't even go on the whole thing because I could talk for probably a couple hours about why I don't like Halo 4, but this is not what this stream is about. Um so where were we? Um I agree with that. Halo-litical. I do agree. I don't think Frank O'Connor's a bad writer. I think he's a good writer. I just think that he completely misunderstood the source material. Um, yeah, Del Rio's the one that's like, give me that chip. And Master Chief's like, no, sir. I thought Del Rio was fine. Um, I thought Captain Lasky, even though we don't like, again, Captain Lasky is like, you're only able to have an emotional attachment to him if you've watched Forward Unto Dawn. Like, again, you have to engage with something that's not a video game to understand a video game. um um I think the only reason I like Lasky is because he's the only person that respects Master Chief. Like, Master Chief was literally the savior of humanity in like Halos 1 through 3, and like Lasky's the only one that seems to realize that. I think that's the reason I like Lasky. Um so I don't think that Halo Studios right now is at the point where they're thinking about rebooting the Reclaimer saga. If they ever do that, I hope that they just do a whole new story. And I have thoughts about my like how I would do a Halo 4. I could talk about that in another stream. But what was their reasoning behind this remake? I think a couple of things. One, um, it's going to be the 25th anniversary. I 100% agree with that, Halo Litical. Part of my this is going to be a very hot take. My version of Halo 4 would not have Master Chief in it. I know that's kind of crazy, and I probably wouldn't call it Halo 4. It would be a continuation of Halo 3, but because it doesn't have Master Chief in it, I probably wouldn't call it Halo 4. But in my opinion, Master Chief's story ended with 3, and it's very, I mean, thematically it makes sense because when we see Master Chief for the first time, he's awoken from a cryo chamber, a cryo bed or whatever in Halo 1. The last time we see him, he's going to sleep in a cryo chamber. I mean, it's just like George Lucas said, it's like poetry, it rhymes. So I think that enough right there is kind of showing that the intent with Halo 3 is that, yes, it is the end of Master Chief's story. Now, so what was their reasoning? 26th or 25th anniversary of the original game. 2, people have, ever since 2012 when Halo 4 came out, sorry, I lost my train of thought because I was reading a chat comment, but also my camera went unfocused. 25th anniversary, and they've gotten so much criticism over their original games like Halo 4, 5, and Infinite that I think they're just wanting to reset things. And there was one other point. I'm not against this remake. Previously, when I started out the stream pretty much saying that I hate remasters, but I like remakes. Um, I have a lot of concerns about this remake, which I will get into. I think we should go ahead and start talking about this actually. I will do a Halo 4 What If stream. It probably, because I've written ideas down for my own version of Halo 4. It is not, it's nowhere near complete. Like, I don't even have an end for it. I basically just have a setup for what the story would be like. I'll tell you right now that it would be a new cast of characters, essentially. You might have Lord Hood, you might have the Arbiter make an appearance, but the thing is that Halo 3 wrapped up all of the loose ends pretty much, and every single character like had their story arc was complete. They're either their story arc was complete or they died. So it's like I don't see a point in having characters return. From as much as I like the Arbiter, I wouldn't want him to have a huge role in a Halo 4 because I like him. And his character arc was completed at the end of Halo 3. So I'm like, I don't see a point in having him have a huge role. Like, I would have, like I said, Lord Hood would probably make an appearance at some point. The Arbiter would probably make an appearance. If not an appearance, they would be mentioned. But it would be a new cast of characters, and that would be one to separate the new trilogy from the old trilogy, so you're not setting up these huge expectations of who Master Chief is, who Cortana is. I think the biggest mistake of Halo 4 is that it was centered around Master Chief and Cortana. I just thought that was probably the biggest mistake. I agree. I would say I appreciate the work that went into Halo 4. I think it is a well-made game. I just don't I don't like its thesis. I didn't even like the multiplayer because the multiplayer felt, again, this is not an unusual opinion. It felt too much like Call of Duty. Like, okay, we had a hiccup. I think, in OBS or my connection, which is crazy because I'm connected through Ethernet, but yeah, I would love to make a stream talking about my idea for Halo 4. Again, I wouldn't call it Halo 4, I would call it something else. I would probably call it kind of like, you know how you have Halo 3 ODST, you have Halo Reach. I would probably call it, I will tell you one idea, is that I had the idea of it taking place on Halo Epsilon. So you have, or Alpha Halo, which is the the ring in Halo 1, Delta Halo in Halo 2. It would probably be on Epsilon Halo. So I'd probably call it Halo Epsilon. It would take place on a Halo ring. At least the majority of the game would take place on a Halo ring. Anyway, So one more thing I want to add before we actually start talking about this remake is um like what was their reasoning behind this remake. I gave those two reasons before, but I think they're just wanting to expand the Halo fan base because the Halo fan base has not grown, probably has actually shrunk to a degree. And I think they're trying to capture new audiences, especially since it's coming out on PlayStation, which I will give my opinions about that when we get to it. So without further ado, let's look at the Steam page. Play the legendary story with HD visuals. They talk about it's a faithful yet expanded remake. I'm going to give my opinions when they elaborate more on that. In fact, pretty much everything we see here in the Steam page is going to be talked about in one of the trailers or roundtables. So let's just go to the videos. So we will look, let's see. I was afraid I doxed myself, but I didn't. Okay. So let's watch the round table reveal, and then we'll watch the 13-minute gameplay demo. And then there was one thing I also wanted to watch. I think it was the stream itself. Let me pull up my notes here. So when I heard when we were hearing the rumors that there was going to be some sort of remake or remaster, I thought, if this turns out to be a good game, we'll finally have a Halo game that is a good experience, not a mediocre one, not a bad one, just finally a good one. I'm not trying to throw shade at Halo 5 or Halo Infinite. I thought Halo Infinite was fine. I was able to beat it, which tells you that I was interested enough in the game to finish it. I can't say the same thing about other games. But yeah, if it turns out to be bad, it's just going to be another thing to talk about. You know, it's fun to talk about bad things, you know. I gave my reasons as to why I don't like remasters, talked about Oblivion remaster. I'm actually excited to play Sky Oblivion because it's an actual remake that's not meant to replace the original Oblivion. Seems like there's an actual point to it. You're playing a completely, pretty much a completely new game, but it's just based on the same story and everything. I wrote here, remasters are worse than just re-releasing a game for modern hardware because you are taking an old game that was made with certain limitations in mind that informed the development of the game and adding a bunch of new sound and graphics which often clash with the original intent of the game, but still with no new gameplay to complement it. That is my opinion about remasters summed up. Most of it comes down to adding detail for the sake of adding detail. The thing about Unreal Engine is that I do not fault studios for wanting to switch to an engine like Unreal, because like Halo Studios, like I don't fault them for doing that because that's going to take a lot of workload. Like they're now they can just focus on making game and not having to hire people like to maintain an engine and upgrade it, give it upgrades that have to be competitive with other games. It's just we can just focus on making content for a game. Like I think that's a good thing. A lot of people are afraid of the switch to Unreal Engine, and I'm not really that big of a fan of Unreal Engine either. Like Unreal Engine has a lot of problems to it. Uh, the thing is, that's such a good point. Like OG Oblivion with mods is fine. Like that was another thing. I was like, there's no reason for me to get the Oblivion remaster when I have Oblivion, and there's probably tens of thousands of mods that I could install. And you don't have that with the Oblivion remaster. All you have is just fancier graphics. You don't even have it's not even like more stable. It's actually less stable than the original because now you're adding on a bunch of Unreal Engine bugs. It's like I don't even think they bothered to fix any bugs when they did the remaster. They just introduced a bunch of Unreal Engine bugs. Oh my gosh, the whole Fallout 4 thing, yes. That was there have been times where I've wanted to play Fallout 4 for about the past year or so, and I haven't been able to because Bethesda broke it. And then they came out with the Anniversary Edition and didn't fix it at all, and in many ways made it worse. They couldn't even bother themselves to get their monetization system right. The only reason they came out with an Anniversary Edition was to monetize it further for Fallout Season 2 fans. And they couldn't even get their store working. And it's like, I will tell you right now, after my experience with Starfield, I think Starfield is probably the most boring game I've ever played. I played it for about 29 hours. I got to the big reveal where it is revealed who the antagonists, they're not really antagonists, the antagonists are. And I saw that reveal and I'm like, if this is the best this game has to offer, then I'm done. I quit. I never loaded my save again. I uninstalled Starfield and I looked up what the ending was. The ending was exactly how I expected it to be. And I was like, I'm glad I didn't waste any more time getting to this ending. So that could be, we could talk about Starfield in another stream too, but I could talk about Bethesda for a very long time. Basically, I will tell you right now that I have no expectations for the Elder Scrolls 6. Back in 2013, I would have dropped the Elder Scrolls 6 at the drop of a hat. Now, I kind of don't care about the Elder Scrolls 6. Starfield showed me that Bethesda is incapable of making a game that is even a fraction as good as stuff that like CD Projekt Red come out with, or other studios like Rockstar. It's just Skyrim came out at the perfect time. I think most of Skyrim's success has to do with the time it came out. That being said, I love playing Skyrim. but Skyrim is a very flawed game. Anyway, let's talk about Halo. The campaign evolved. We've been how long have we been going for? An hour already. Um yeah, Bethesda is just I have no expectations for the Elder Scroll 6. Um at this point. Serious, I just don't. So we don't have to go over about how terrible Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary was. I'm pretty sure everybody's about on the same page. Um, um, so we talked about Halo 3 and its legendary ending. Um, um, oh, so by the way, when they were revealing this, it was during Halo Championship Series or something like that. They the way they revealed this was the weirdest way I think I've ever seen. It didn't make any sense. They had a stream for the Halo Championship Series, right, where they said it was competitive Halo Infinite players, and then the community managers were like, okay, we're gonna take a break, and then we're gonna come back with some news. We're gonna come back with the reveal of our next Halo project. And for about 45 minutes, it was just a slideshow of fan art and like Roblox lobby music. Not that I don't like seeing fan art, but the thing is that all of the trailers and stuff for Campaign Evolved dropped independently from the stream, the Halo Championship Series stream, and we did not see the trailer on the stream. So I was sitting watching the stream being like, when are they going to show the trailer? I see that they already released the trailer because I got a notification, and I know what it is because I see the title. So that has been like pretty much spoiled for me. It was so weird. It was kind of insane. Let's see what else is in my notes. I said here in my notes, I like to think that those who were watching the stream were like someone in the waiting room at a hospital waiting for the surgeon to come out and say if the surgery on a family member was successful. But instead, that surgeon goes out to the hospital parking lot and tells everyone else. Like, that's kind of how I felt, how they handled the reveal. And I didn't want to leave the stream because they did have a countdown timer eventually. And I was like, oh, I guess they are going to reveal it here. The thing is that the reveal on the stream was so delayed compared to all of the video drops. It was just, I thought it was a very inappropriate way for, like, it wasn't a good, like, first impression. So let's watch the roundtable reveal. So here we go. Wow, look at that. So obviously this is the silent cartographer. And it looks almost exactly the same. Well, such graphics. Um, okay, let's break that down a little bit. What we just saw. um, okay, so let's address the elephant in the room. It's coming to PlayStation. Okay. Um, I know a lot of people have gotten upset over the fact that Halo is no longer an Xbox exclusive. Like, they got upset that it came to Windows, and now they're getting upset that it is coming to PlayStation. I don't think anybody could say anything that would actually change my mind. Like, that would make me think this is a bad thing that it's coming to PlayStation. What's up, Meta? Um, so clearly they're trying to expand the Halo fan base, like I explained earlier. Um, and everything I'm saying here, I am saying from the perspective, from the opinion that I think the Xbox 360 is the greatest video game console that has ever been made. Like, I think the value that you got out of the Xbox 360, sure, the Red Ring of Death was a problem, but Microsoft ate that loss, and yeah, I mean, there is a guy on YouTube, Adam Koralik, who made a excellent video about why Microsoft has never actually wanted to be in the video game business. It was more of an obligation, like a business. Basically, Microsoft made Xbox to protect Windows. And I will let you watch his video and let him explain it. He makes some really excellent points. Basically, it started out that Microsoft had a partnership with Sega with the Dreamcast, which actually makes perfect sense when you see the leadership at Sega during the Dreamcast era, and then you saw who the leadership at Xbox was right after. But he makes some excellent points as to Microsoft never being too thrilled that they're having to make video game hardware. And I think Xbox Game Pass is a perfect a perfect indication that that is true. Yeah, I don't think, I think the Xbox 360, I don't know the sales numbers of the Xbox One. I don't know how successful that was. The Xbox 360 was a beast. Now, of course, at the end of the generation, the PlayStation 3 did end up selling more, but I don't think the PlayStation 3 had nearly as big of an impact as the Xbox 360 did. And all of that being said, I think it was almost coincidence that it turned out that way. But anyway, I think the reason why is because the Xbox 360 just had the games. The Xbox 360, I think, other than the Wii, maybe, because the Wii had like Super Mario Galaxy and Skyward Sword, Twilight Prince, it had those Nintendo exclusives. But the games that you could get on the Xbox 360, there was just like, there was no competing, against especially Xbox 360 exclusives. PlayStation tried Killzone. That was their Halo killer. Killzone wasn't a fraction as popular as Halo was. I've never played Killzone. I can't comment on how good Killzone is. I'm not saying that Killzone isn't like worthy of dethroning Halo, but what I'm saying is that Killzone just didn't dethrone Halo. Um, and especially if you want to play a Bethesda game like Oblivion, Fallout 3, Skyrim, you're going to get the best console experience on the Xbox 360. That's just from my understanding. But the thing is that the whole Halo's coming to PlayStation thing, the reality behind that is it's no longer 2008. I don't think anybody, unless they're insane, actually cares about the console wars anymore. I don't think, like, it's... I mean, I don't think there's any reason to be upset over the fact that more people are going to be able to play this game. It just... I think you know what I mean. And I used to be somebody that was like, yeah, Xbox is the best because I was in love with the 360. But I think an actual adult doesn't have the interest or the energy arguing which plastic box is better. Like, I don't care. If PlayStation people get to play Halo, that's great, in my opinion, actually. So, the thing is that console exclusivity was really just solely a business decision. And I think it's antiquated. I think it's an antiquated business decision. I think console exclusives had a benefit 30 years ago when video game console hardware was radically different, where, you know, you had the Nintendo 64, which ran off of cartridges and had a much more capable GPU than the PlayStation 1 did. But the thing with the PlayStation 1 is that it also had radically different hardware than the Nintendo 64. It had bigger storage for bigger games, and that's, I mean, so it makes sense for game exclusivity to be a thing back then, because you make a game for one console, you're going to have to actually change how the game works to get it running on another console. When Super Mario 64 was decompiled, I just watched a video the other day. I was watching a video the other day where somebody took Nintendo or Super Mario 64 decomp and got it running on a PlayStation 1. And it looks so different because it's just that is the PlayStation 1 is an underpowered system, and you're just not gonna you're gonna have to make so many changes to Super Mario 64 to get it to run on a PlayStation 1. So when game exclusivity back then was a thing, it made sense because some games could only work with the technical limitations of certain hardware. Today, like, ever since, I would even argue the sixth generation with the GameCube and the Xbox, when stuff started moving to like Power PC and stuff, I mean, there's really no reason for console exclusivity. I don't know if you know this, not only can you pretty much decompile Nintendo 64 games now, decompilation is a really big technical thing that, you know, you can't just put a ROM in and into a decompiler and expect to get a Windows version without understanding, like, without doing your own work. But we now have Xenon Decomp or Xenon Recomp. You can do the same thing with Xbox 360 games now, which is fascinating. And I think at some point we're going to have to... I think it'd be awesome to get an actual native version of all the Halo games running on like Linux or Windows. Like the versions you play on MCC, they are kind of native, but they have this weird like Unreal Engine input layer on top of it, which is weird. And again, the games are not a one-to-one port because the tick rate is faster on MCC, and you have graphical bugs because the shaders were not translated perfectly to PC. So it would be, I think we're only going to get that with Xenon Recomp, and I'm excited about that prospect, especially of playing Halo on Linux, because I hate Windows. And the only reason I have Windows anymore is so I can play certain games that only work on Windows, like Halo. So the thing about this whole like console exclusivity thing, the whole console exclusivity is like also a big reason why Nintendo emulation is such a big thing, because so many people are like, I want to play Nintendo games, but I don't want to have to go through the process of having to play it on a Nintendo system, which is so funny to me. It's just, if you can play a game on your preferred system, everybody wins, you know. If people can play the game on their preferred system, yeah. And I think Microsoft and Sony are realizing that console exclusivity is a completely antiquated practice, because they're moving their exclusive games to other platforms, especially PC. You can now play PlayStation games on PC on Steam. Like, they understand that too. So really, there's no reason to fight a console war anymore. Not that there really was to begin with, but that's just how it is. The thing is that you can't, I mean, Nintendo, of course, does have the right to fight piracy, but the thing is that they go after fans for doing things that aren't even illegal, and or there will be an obscure game that hasn't seen a single re-release or anything for like 30 years, and then people download it and emulate it, because otherwise you would have to pay like $300 to play it, and then Nintendo gets mad, and it's like, okay, well, you could make money off of it if you just re-released it. So one more thing about this roundtable thing. Talked about console exclusivity, but one thing I find really funny is the format of this video, where you have a four nerds talking to each other, and they all agree on the same things. And, like, who are they talking to? It's like, you know, Nintendo, when they have a direct, they're talking into the camera, right? Because they're giving us information, but these guys are talking to each other, but they all know what's going on, so why are they talking to each other about this thing? Hey, I'm going to talk to you about this project that we've been working on, like you haven't been working on it. I just think this is like a really funny format right here for a video. But Anyway, we'll finally continue. Um, yeah, they did the work on Anniversary. Okay. Again, we talked about how Anniversary is like a crime against humanity. Um, you know, uh, what what has been said about Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary that hasn't already been said? Um, I think that was so. As another point to your question of like, why are they doing this remake? I think they realize how effed up Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary is. And they're like, okay, we actually should do a real faithful remake this time around. Now, the now how faithful it actually is up to the to is up in the air, but I think they're in some ways trying to make amends for Halo Combat Anniversary. I think Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary, I think the best thing they could do is just not make it the default option in the Master Chief Collection. So people who are new to Halo and are playing the Master Chief Collection and want to play Halo 1, they are not playing the inferior version of the game. Most people don't even think it's an option that they can switch to the original graphics because they don't know that there is original graphics. So anyway, yeah. Okay, so they talked about being faithful. I get it. You know, I want them to be faithful. Halo Combat Evolved is a very stylized game with with a very specific art style, a very specific gameplay, like very intentional gameplay. Um, what the thing that concerns me the most right here, we do not move that crate. So are we remastering? Are we remaking? Like, I think it's okay to make new levels that are based on the originals. Like I said, if I want to play the original game, I'll play the original game. I would like to play a new game. If you want to move a crate, in fact, I would rather them just remake the levels from the ground up. I think I think most people would agree that by today's standards, a lot of Halo Combat Evolved's level design is pretty outdated. I think it works for Halo Combat Evolved. I think Halo Combat Evolved is still a fun game. But the dated, I don't I hate calling it dated because it does work. The level design does work for the gameplay. But when you play the Pillar of Autumn, and it's all narrow hallways with no verticality or really, and it's just 90-degree turns, I think it's okay to just completely remake that level. When you have a level like the Truth and Reconciliation or Keys, the two missions that take place in the Covenant ship. And again, it's just narrow hallways with little verticality, and that's the design of those levels. It's like, how faithful do we really need to be? I think it's fine. Like, it is possible to keep the original intent of the mission, but you can make it different. Like the Silent Cartographer. How do you make the Silent Cartographer faithful yet different? You can still make it an island that you can drive a full loop around. You can still do that. It doesn't have to be exactly the same. It really doesn't. In fact, I'm kind of afraid that, from what I've seen, the Silent Cartographer looks a little too similar to the original game. What is the Silent Cartographer? Like I said, it's an island you can drive a loop around. But there is a center structure, there is a shaft that you go down, that you have to fight your way down and fight your way back up. You have to find a security override to be able to get into the shaft. You can keep those basic fundamental aspects of the Silent Cartographer, but make the level design not constrained to the 2001 design. I think a lot of people will hear me say that and be like, well, that's not faithful. It's not going to be Halo 1. It is, but they even say later in this roundtable that their intention with Campaign Evolved is not to replace the original game. And I'm like, okay, that's exactly what I want to hear. I don't want a replacement for the original game. But why does the Silent Cartographer look almost exactly the same? What do you think made Combat Evolved awesome? How do you think how they can make it better, assuming they actually can? They can't. That is a very loaded question, because Halo Combat Evolved did everything so right that it spawned the biggest media franchise of the 2000s. That is not up for debate. Halo 3 sold more units than any piece of media, like, up to that time. So Halo Combat Evolved struck gold. It was, I think, what really made Combat Evolved special was the exploration. I think when you play a bunch of first-person shooters pre-Halo Combat Evolved, the levels are very tight. There's not a whole lot of exploration. It kind of depends on what you want, though, because Doom and Quake, and Duke Nukem, even GoldenEye to an extent, like I said, the levels are tight, but they're not linear. I think if there is one criticism I have about Halo, is that the levels, while they are expansive, the objectives are too linear. And I think when you play the second mission of Halo Combat Evolved, which is Halo, and the Silent Cartographer, where there is not as much linearity, that is where Halo really does well. because there's more of an emphasis on you exploring these big spaces. And I think one of the best missions in the entire series is New Alexandria from Halo Reach. It's a non-linear level. Now, it's very basic in terms of its non-linearity. It's just you get objectives at random points, but they're the same objectives. The thing is that you have a big skyline to explore. And I think that's another thing. I love ODST because ODST is like, if Halo ODST is, if you took the philosophy around Halo, the second mission of Halo Combat Evolved, and you made an entire game out of that, but it takes place in a human city, you get ODST. Because what is the second mission of Halo Combat Evolved about? It's about rounding up scattered Marines. And you don't have, you can go to different objectives, you know, in a different order. Now, ODST does have kind of an intended route, an intended order, but you can break from that order. That is what the second mission of Halo Combat Evolved is all about. ODST is about rallying up your scattered squad mates. And I think if there's one thing that they can do better, it is really focus on the exploration aspects. Give us more non-linear levels, or make levels more non-linear. So going back to Doom, examples of Doom and Quake, while the missions in Quake and those types of games, while they're very tight and cramped, and there's not room for vast exploration, the exploration in those games is still a ton of fun because the levels are non-linear. I would love to see a Halo game that takes the philosophy, the design philosophy of a game like Quake, but has the expansiveness of Halo 1, Halo 3, Halo Reach, where the levels are much more open. There's a lot more space to move around. But imagine a Halo game, and I just criticized Halo 4 for being too much like Call of Duty. But the thing is that Call of Duty is such a separate, just a totally different type of game from Halo, versus I think aspects from Quake and Doom would actually fit pretty well in Halo, like key cards. You know, in Doom you have, or in Quake you have like the blue key, the red key, the green key, yellow key, whatever. Well, in Halo, at least in Halo 2 and 3, you have hidden skulls. You know, you have Easter eggs. Halo is known for its Easter eggs. In Halo, make parts of the missions inaccessible unless you do some exploring. Maybe you have to find the red Forerunner MacGuffin, or whatever you call it, the red Forerunner artifact to unlock this part of the mission. And then this part of the mission might, and it wouldn't necessarily have to be a required route, but it would be a different way to play the mission. And I think if there's one thing, that would be the one thing I would really say that they could do better if they tried, and if they put thought into it. Really focus on the exploration of the campaign missions. I think that's why Halo Combat Evolved was so successful at the time. That's not to say that Halo Combat Evolved is better than Doom or Quake, because I don't think it necessarily is. It's just a different type of first-person shooter. But the reason it was so successful is because people had not seen first or levels of that scale in a first-person shooter game before, really. There might be some, like, you know, examples of, well, this game did this at one point that I'm not thinking of, but clearly it didn't have as much of an impact. So anyway, right here, we do not move that crate. I think I just spelled out why that makes me worried. Again, there's so much they can do to improve the Silent Cartographer to the point where I would say just build it from the ground up. It's okay. You can stay faithful to it. You don't have to do a one-to-one remake. Really, actually don't do that. Let's continue. Okay, so this is huge. The 4-player co-op, that's actually a pretty big deal because Halo 1 and 2 only... I know Halo 1 for a fact only had 2-player co-op. I'm pretty sure Halo 2 also only had 2-player co-op. It wasn't until Halo 3 where we got 4-player co-op. And campaign co-op is a huge deal in Halo. It is, I think, in my opinion, a defining feature of the Halo games, which is why people got so upset that Halo 5 did not have co-op, at least on launch, and why Halo Infinite did not have co-op, at least on launch. And to hear that Halo 1 is now going to have 4-player co-op is awesome. And the other thing about I think if you've ever tried to play online co-op with Halo 1 on MCC, you will know that it's a terrible experience because Halo Combat Evolved netcode did not exist in the campaign. Essentially, it was non-existent. So it doesn't matter if you have the best bandwidth, like the best network connection. Your Halo Combat Evolved was not meant to be played online, and it shows. Even though they tried to retroactively add it in, it just doesn't work. And so this is an exciting development. Anyway. Okay, making the spaces larger, so they are changing the levels, but he also said that they want the encounters to be accurate, authentic, which again tells me that they're not willing to change too much about the original levels. So again, I'm like, I don't want to play the same game. If I want to play the Silent Cartographer as it originally was, for the most part, I will play the Master Chief Collection. Or if I really wanted to play it as it was in 2001, I will play it on this. I will play it on that. So again, I don't really see a point in a remake if you're not willing to make a different experience. Make it authentic, make it, you know, make it feel like Halo 1, but it doesn't have to be exactly like the original. This is awesome. This is such a good addition. It is so, it just only makes sense. I mean, of course it's going to be 4-player co-op. Why wouldn't they do this? I mean, there is the argument of, are they going to drop in 2 warthogs so you could have 2 pairs of players, one on the turret and one in the driver's seat, 2 warthogs, which I hope that's something they do. So it just gives more options for gameplay. But again, if all the players want to stay together, this is a great option. And I think this would actually be a great mod for Halo 3. Games that have 4-player co-op already, where you add a 4th seat to the Warthog, just to make co-op a little bit more interesting. I think this is a good addition. I don't see anything wrong with this. It reminds me of the Mongoose seat. I'm excited. I don't really plan on playing 4-player co-op, but I think this is exciting. I think this is a great change. Hell yeah. There was something right here I wanted to pause on. Okay, so skulls are one of my favorite aspects of Halo. I am not a lasso person, but I like watching people play lasso. I am not that good at I'm not good enough at video games to play lasso. But I turn on skulls a lot of the time if I want a different experience, if I want a slightly different experience. Skulls add so much replayability to the campaign, and Firefight is just the best. And the integration of skulls and Firefight only makes sense. Not saying that Campaign Evolved is going to have Firefight. I think it should have Firefight. That would be awesome. But yeah, now I wanted to point this shot out right here. So Halo 2 and Halo 3 and Halo Infinite 2. But Halo 2 and Halo 3 were the only games where you had to explore the levels to find and unlock skulls. Now, Halo 2, the way you did it in Halo 2 was very annoying, because once you turned off the Xbox, you had to do it all over again, which most people didn't like. Halo 3, when you found a skull, it actually unlocked permanently. And but it was a fun objective that was different from just beating the campaign, you know, on heroic, legendary, whatever. It was a completely new challenge where you had to find these Easter egg skulls. And they didn't do that after Halo 3 for some reason. And that was something that always disappointed me, when you didn't look for skulls in Newman Bossa and ODST. I thought, what? You're telling me that they built this whole city that you're supposed to explore, but there's nothing to find other than the audio logs. that was kind of insane to me. And then they didn't add them to Reach. Now in the only other good thing about Combat Evolved Anniversary is that you did go find the skulls. I don't know if that was required to unlock the effects of the skulls, but they did hide the skulls throughout Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary. So I hope to God that they bring back finding skulls to unlock them in the campaign. And this screenshot right here makes me think that that's what they're doing, because if that was not a plan, then why in the world would they make 3D models and world models and materials for something that's not going to exist in the levels? So anyway, let's continue. Dozens, the most we've ever had in a Halo game. Sounds great to me. I have made a list of my own ideas for skulls. And at one point I was making a video about different ideas for new skulls for new Halo games. I never finished the video because producing a video is really hard work. So that might be a discussion for another stream. What are some really cool ideas for Halo skulls? One idea I had for a skull, I'll give you one idea, is you have a skull called Open Season. It's named after the multiplayer medal. What does the Open Season skull do? It works like the Black Eye skull. The Black Eye skull, you can only regenerate your shields by meleeing an opponent, by meleeing an enemy. And then your shields will start to regenerate until you take damage again. Open Season, your shields will only regenerate if you shoot wildlife. If there is a quad-winged bird flying in the skybox, you shoot it. If there is a blind wolf running through the wilderness, or a MOA in Halo Reach, you can shoot it, you can hit it with your vehicle, whatever, your shields will regenerate. That incentivizes the developers to add more ambient life to Halo as well. Another example, you see a Halo 3 rat on Crow's Nest, you shoot it, that's the only way you can regain shields. That's the Open Season skull. That might be a pretty... Now, if you added the Black Eye skull would... You could regenerate your shields by meleeing enemies. Like, that would give you another way to regenerate your shields. That's how my idea for how they would stack would go. I wonder if I can find my old document where I wrote all these ideas down. I had like 20 new skull ideas or something like that. I'm not saying all of them were good ideas. But for example, the skulls that were introduced in the Mythic map pack for Halo 3, like the orbital skull, the assembly skull, stuff like that, I gave them all effects. So one more example would be the assembly skull had something to do with hunters, and I can't remember it either had something to do with hunters and scarabs, because assembly takes place in a scarab factory, right? It either had something to do with that, or assembly was the foreign skull. but reversed to where you couldn't use UNSC weaponry. You could only use Covenant weaponry. Anyway. Yeah. No, it will be possible unless Lasso's absolutely broken. Um Jervalen, who is like probably the best Halo campaign player on the internet, the most talented one, talked about how, and I don't know if I agree with him on this. I think it's a good I think it's an interesting thought and take. I don't know if I agree if it was the original intention. He has the idea that Lasso was intended as a hidden difficulty when it was implemented in Halo 2, which I think, like I said, I don't agree with that. I don't think it was intended to be a whole new difficulty. I think it was just a collection of Easter eggs because first of all, the when you find a when first of all, when you reset the Xbox, you would have to go find the skulls again. So it's I feel like that within itself is like, well, if they intended this to be like a difficulty, you think it would be you wouldn't have to play through a bunch, pretty much every single mission to find at least one skull, and just to be able to play through the campaign on that difficulty. Um, and two, this is less of like as good of an argument, but the thing is that at least from what I remember, when you unlocked a skull in Halo 2, the effects would also persist through multiplayer. So if you found the blind skull in campaign on Halo 2, you switched over to multiplayer, your HUD would also be gone in multiplayer. It was just not a campaign effect. It affected all the game modes, all the game types in Halo 2. I'm a huge fan of Jervalen, by the way. I really like watching his videos and his streams because he's just gifted at Halo. Um, I'm liking what I'm hearing. I'm gonna let him finish his thought, and then I will elaborate on what I think. Okay, so I think that they are on the right track with I think they're on the right track with not changing up the sandbox too much because even though Halo Combat Evolved has the smallest sandbox, it has the most well-tuned and balanced sandbox, and people might look at the Halo 1 Magnum and be like, what are you talking about? Because the Halo 1 Magnum is overpowered. I disagree. I don't think the Halo 1 Magnum is overpowered. Um, I think the Halo 1 Magnum is absolutely appropriate. Um, now, my the reason I think that is because if you want to talk about overpowered, Halo 2 and Halo 3 battle rifle, That is overpowered. Now, they're not good at taking down shields, but the Magnum is really good at taking down shields in Halo 1. But the Halo 1 Magnum has atrocious accuracy comparatively to the battle rifle. The battle rifle in Halo 2 and 3 makes fighting jackals and grunts, enemies that don't have shields, it makes those enemies almost entirely irrelevant. The Magnum in Halo 1 doesn't do the same thing. It doesn't make any enemy in Halo 1 irrelevant. I mean, you can make the argument that like it can kill hunters in one shot, but that's more of a bug. It's not really intended. They said they kept it in because to reward players that experiment, but that was not intended for the hunters to be killed in one shot with the Magnum. So every single weapon in Halo 1 has its purpose, except for one, the Needler. The Needler in Halo 1 sucks. It sucks in Halo 2. That is why Gravemind on Legendary, it's one of the reasons why Gravemind on Legendary is so stupid, because the only weapon you get at the very beginning where you instantly are getting shot at is the Needler. Literally one of the worst weapons in the game. The Needler was not good until Halo 3, in my opinion, because but the Needler, I would say, is the only weapon in Halo 1 that actually has like no reason to exist. It has a reason to exist, but its implementation is just awful. About the AR, 60 and 32 round variants, I have thoughts on that, which I will get into when we really see the assault rifle in action later, because a lot of people are angry that the assault rifle has a 32 round magazine and not 60. I'm going to give my opinion on that in a little bit when we get to that point. The thing is that going back to I don't think the Magnum in Halo 1 dominates gameplay as much as the battle rifle does in Halo 2 and 3. There is a Vidoc that Bungie made for Halo 2 during the development of Halo 2, and they showed off the battle rifle, and the guy, I think it was the guy who designed the weapons, he talked about how much how much he loved the battle rifle and that it was his go-to weapon. And I'm like, yeah, that we know. Because the problem with Halo 2 and 3 and pretty much every Halo game after Halo 1 is that there is way too much of a there's what's the word I'm looking for? If you're not carrying a precision weapon, then you're playing the game wrong in Halo 2. Like, I feel like you can only play Halo 2, you can only play any Halo game after Halo 1 effectively if one of your weapon slots is taken up by a precision weapon, which I think is not a good thing. I don't think that's good design. In Halo 2 and 3, especially ODST, if you are not carrying a carbine, a battle rifle, or a suppressed Magnum with you at all times, you're going to have a bad time. Or the game's just going to be so much slower. I need to drink some water. I need water. Now in Halo 1, The only two precision weapons in that game that I can think of are the sniper rifle and the Magnum. And like I said, the Magnum's accuracy in Halo 1 is atrocious compared to the battle rifle and the DMR and the carbine, and especially the SOCOM Magnum and ODST. I like the Halo 3 Magnum, which people might hear that and be like, whoa, what? Isn't that like a terrible, but it's like, actually, it's the most similar Magnum in any other Halo game to the Halo 1 Magnum. The only difference is that you can't zoom in with it. And I lost my train of thought. You can't zoom in with it. And you can dual wield it. The only reason why the Halo 3 Magnum is perceived as bad is because it's in the same game as the battle rifle and the carbine. Oh, they're adding the sword too. That's cool. I think that's a good choice. I think they're going to have to really, this is one reason I say they would just be better off building the levels from the ground up, is because they're adding the sword. They've said they're adding new weapons too. I think one of them is the battle rifle. We know one is the needle rifle. And I think you're going to have to restructure some of the enemy encounters, since you're adding in, for sure, the energy sword. So why not just build the levels from the ground up? Hold on. That looked weird. Hold on. Let me slow it down a little bit. Watch the Magnum right here. Did you see how the Magnum like moved independently from the right hand right there? Didn't that look a little strange? Yeah. I mean, I'm sure that's work in progress, you know. That was probably earlier on in development. I just thought that looked weird. I wanted to pause it and look at it again. I will say the view model animations I do like. I do like the animations for the weapons. A lot of them come from Halo Infinite, but I thought Infinite had pretty good animations. So as long as the animations are timed correctly with the sandbox and are appropriate with the sandbox. So one reason why I don't think the Halo 1 Magnum is overpowered is because when the ready animation is so slow. You know, you take out the Magnum, and Master Chief does like this, and it takes forever to get it out. The melee for the Magnum is also really slow. As long as their animations fit with the sandbox, I think the animations look good. See, that needler reload to me is just fantastic. I know it's from Infinite, but man, that I love that needler reload. It just looks so good. I love it. I love that reload animation. And I love that they're keeping the I see like fan-made animations for Halo where you see them like they open up the needler and they put something in it, and you see it makes too much sense. The needler is a weapon that is meant to be very mysterious, and it's like, how does this thing even work? And so it's okay, one thing I don't like here about the plasma rifle, this might sound very weird, but the plasma rifle does not look alien enough to me. If you take a look at, I feel like the plasma rifle, ever since Halo Reach, has had a significant decline in design, in art style. If you take a look at the plasma rifle in Halo 3 especially, I think the best looking plasma rifle is in Halo 3 and in Halo 3 ODST. The Halo 3 plasma rifle has this almost pearlescent, opalescent look to it, where Rejected Shotgun is live. All weapons. Well, it's kind of hard to see, I guess, here. I mean, the plasma pistols kind of have it, where there's like a Fresnel effect, or Fresnel, or however you pronounce it. It's not present on the carbine, but you see how when you're looking directly, when it's shining directly at you, there is a kind of a yellow tint to the plasma rifle, but as it shines further away from like your direction, the direction you're looking at it, it gets blue. And this is not the best video to show that. If I can find let me look up plasma rifle. It's verifying that I'm not a robot, beep boop. I am a robot. Need to find a screenshot from Halo 1. Here's what I'm talking about. This is from Halo 3. And you see how there is kind of a yellow tint when the light is shining directly off of the plasma rifle. It's kind of a pearlescent, like an iridescent. Iridescent is the word I'm looking for. It is an iridescent metal. And it makes the weapons, it makes the Covenant technology look more alien and more unique. And that hasn't been a thing. What in the world is that? The power iteration of the plasma rifle. That is from Halo Online. That is admittedly a really cool looking plasma rifle variant. Another thing I want to point out, let's take a look at this again. You can kind of see it, but it's not really noticeable. There is a Voronoi pattern that is on the plasma rifles in some of the older Halo games, not all of them. Here's a great example. This is the Halo 3 plasma rifle. You see how the metal is iridescent. the plasma rifle isn't necessarily blue, but it reflects blue light depending on your perspective. But you can see the Voronoi pattern here in the plasma rifle as well. You can kind of see it here. Why is this picture so small? I know I could zoom in, but I'm also trying my best to not dox myself, which is why I pull my web browser off when I'm looking something up. This is Halo 1. Oh. Apparently that's missing or corrupted shaders here. It's very, very like, just looks very alien. Versus this just looks like blue metal. There's nothing like really interesting about that. There's nothing really alien other than it's a metal that's colored blue. I think you get what I'm saying. In Halo Reach, they changed the Voronoi pattern. They changed the Voronoi pattern to a hex grid. As if you're going to play like a turn-based strategy game on the plasma rifle. Which I didn't really, I was like, that's whatever. I mean, it's the same idea, but it looks like a little too manufactured. Here we go. Here you can really see it. This is the Halo Reach one. This is when they kind of dropped the iridescent effect, and they made the Voronoi pattern into just a hex grid, which in my opinion is less interesting. You can kind of see that hex pattern here, but it is very faint, almost unnoticeable, and I don't like that. The Magnum looks great. I think the Magnum looks awesome. Also, one thing I like about the Magnum here... Oh, one thing about the Needler. A lot of people have pointed this out. I just gushed over the Needler's reload animation. Why do we have this? What is the point of this ammo counter here? The ammo display. When you can see your literal, like the actual physical ammunition reserve on top of the gun. This is just detail for the sake of adding detail. It doesn't make any sense to have it there. Why? Again, that is a Halo Infinite thing. It is something from Halo Infinite that doesn't make it just, first of all, I mean, it didn't make sense in Halo Infinite, but that is a detail that does not belong in Halo 1, in my opinion. It's redundant. It is absolutely redundant. One thing about the Magnum here, I was gonna point out. I like... So... The Magnum in Halo 1 and 3, basically the same Magnum. They both have this like laser pointer attachment on the top. And a lot of people always get confused of like, how are you supposed to aim down the sights of this weapon? Like, you obviously have the iron sights here, but it's being blocked by this. First of all, Halo is not supposed to have aim down sights. I'm talking about lore-wise. How do the Marines aim down the sights of this Magnum? Well, they don't, because there's this laser pointer attachment that you don't need. Which makes it so you don't need the iron sights. And this laser pointer thing can probably... link up with their cool little green eye computer monitor here, which is actually missing from Campaign Evolved for some reason. Again, because the Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary was heavily criticized because it just reused assets from Halo 3 and Halo Reach. Two games which had radically different art styles than Halo 1. They're committing the same crime here. They're taking Halo Infinite assets and putting it in a game where they don't belong. Like these elites, from my understanding, are Halo Infinite elites. It's like, why? We're playing Halo 1. It's because they wanted to save time in development. Like, why remake, why reinvent the wheel? Like, I get it, but you can make them, you don't have to start all the way over. You can make changes, you can make significant changes to the Halo Infinite Elite to make it fit better in Halo 1, but I don't think they did that. I was talking about this iron sight right here. If you take a look at the Halo 2 Magnum and the ODST Magnum, it's actually the same Magnum technically as this, but it just doesn't have the laser pointer attachment at the top. So especially in Halo 2, you actually see the other part of the iron sight. The thing I like about this iron sight is that if you take a look at the original Halo Magnums and their iron sights, this dip right here, where you line up with the front sight, is so shallow that it wouldn't even work. You couldn't use the iron sights. So I like how they made the iron sights actually dip down and be functional, look like they would be functional. A lot of people are look, I think Unreal Engine Lumen genuinely looks good. I think Unreal Engine is a good looking engine if you know how to use it. That is why Disney uses Unreal Engine for their shows. I mean, like they use the green screens that are not green screens, but they're monitors that circle the entire stage. That's all done with Unreal Engine, and it looks good, in my opinion. Of course, it's different when you're making a TV show versus if you're making a game. I think the lighting in Unreal Engine could definitely serve Halo very well, especially Halo 1, because Halo 1 is a game that's meant to be very dark and moody. And Unreal Engine, I think, is an engine where you can achieve moody lighting very well. Now, I've seen a lot of criticisms here with how Forerunner structures work. One of the YouTubers I mentioned earlier, I think it was Late Night Gaming, made a video and he criticized how the Forerunner structures looked. Let's look at the 13-minute gameplay trailer so I can show you exactly what I'm talking about. So here, this structure right here at the very beginning of the mission. In fact, this, let me see, right here. So a criticism that was brought up is that, first of all, these structures don't look weathered enough. And there are some counter arguments you can make to that. So in Halo 2, Halo 2 introduced the Constructor Sentinel, which is the little tiny sentinel that you see in Sacred Icon. You also see it on the multiplayer map in Halo 3. What's it called? Construct. You see it on Construct. And the job of that one sentinel is to fly around and repair damaged structures. So there is an argument where you could say, well, maybe it was Constructor Sentinels went around and scrubbed the barnacles and the rust and stuff from these structures. The problem with that is that you don't see that in the original Halo game. You don't see that in Halo 1. Right here in particular, where the water meets the beach and you have part of this structure sitting down, in the original game, you actually see where the water line starts when it's at high tide. And you see how the structure has been weathered away. And not only where the water line is, but just the rest of the structure, you just see where, like, algae and stuff grows on the structures and dirt and everything, and you just don't really see the weathered looks on these structures. And that is a criticism that I have to agree with. These structures look like they haven't been sitting vacant and unused for thousands of years. Which they have been sitting vacant and unused for thousands of years. Now, another criticism, I would just go watch Late Night Gaming's video. Let me see if it's the video I'm thinking of. Late Night Gaming, Halo Campaign Evolved. I think it's this video.
Did the final HCS
I just realized that
the players competed, the crowds cheered, and Halo fans.
I just realized that I haven't been getting audio from the videos this entire stream.
Came together to celebrate the franchise they love. It was honestly exciting to meet people in person.
Here's where he talks about...
Looks good in 4K. Stick for a second about this big Forerunner thing.
This is what I'm talking about. You see where the water line is at high tide, and you see how it's weathered.
Silent Cartographer. There's a deep...
But also, and I would go watch this video about it. So you can really... I'm not going to just sit here and play this guy's video.
Good. Mine is the usual Unreal Engine.
Right here, he talks about how Forerunner structures, specifically in Halo 1, are meant to be function over form. For example, there's this arm that is actually this mechanical arm that lifts like this center thing out so people can go inside. But that has been entirely replaced by this structure that just seems to have no purpose other than to look Forerunner. And like right here, he brings up that same argument right here. It doesn't look like that this structure really has any purpose other than to just be triangular. So anyway, go watch this video. The Halo remake needs work if you want to know more about it.
Environments. Of course, one of the hallmark elements of Halo CE is what becomes kind of a three-way battle with the introduction of the Flood.
You know the last time we've had the Flood in a Halo game? 18 years ago with Halo 3. Okay. Now, the Flood is the entire reason why any of the events happen in the Halo series. 100%. If the Flood didn't exist, then Halo wouldn't have a story. Now, of course, it wouldn't make sense to have the Flood in ODST or Reach. And you could make the argument that, well, the Flood was defeated in Halo 3. It wouldn't make sense to bring them back. Well, that's kind of why that's one reason why you don't make a Halo 4. And 2, you got to remember, the Flood that is defeated in Halo 3 at the end of Halo 3 is only the Flood that originates from Delta Halo. There's other instances of Flood existing throughout the galaxy on the other Halo rings and on other Forerunner installations, and who knows where else, that we don't know about. We know that there certainly has to be other instances of Flood existing out somewhere, especially on Halo rings. But the Flood we see that comes from Delta Halo with the Gravemind and what becomes basically the main antagonist of the series is just from Delta Halo. It's not the entirety of the Flood that exists. And the Flood there, as we know from Halo Wars 2, I haven't played Halo Wars 2, but I kind of know the story. The Flood in Halo 3 wasn't killed, it was defeated, it was isolated on the Ark, but it wasn't destroyed. And no, I think it was kind of weird that they decided to return to the Ark in Halo Wars 2. I'm like, why wouldn't that be a universally understood like quarantine zone? Because we know that the Flood is there and is not contained, but whatever. Anyway, we just haven't seen the Flood in 18 years. It's about time. When Halo Infinite was rated T, I had lost all hope that the Flood would ever make a return to Halo, and now technically this is not a return. This is just, this game originally had Flood, so we have to add the Flood. But at least we're getting a new game, and it has Flood in it. So yay.
There was quite a bit of development between Halo CE and 3 to kind of how the Flood behaved and just how they interacted with the player. So we've pulled a lot of those Flood behaviors into this game.
And I would say this.
Great. I love to hear that. I think the most interesting Flood in Halo is the Halo 3 Flood, for multiple reasons. The Flood in Halo 3 acts more like a horde. Individual Flood combat forms are easier to destroy, but they act a lot more like a zombie outbreak, because when they are big in numbers, that's when it becomes really dangerous, and that is reflected very well in Halo 3. You can, even on harder difficulties, you can, the individual combat forms are like, they're seemingly made out of paper mache. They're very fragile, but they can easily overwhelm you with their numbers. And that is a very interesting gameplay. I mean, it's very, for something like Halo, where the Covenant is very structured, and they have very clear ranks, having The Flood is just like this zombie horde, which is what we saw in Halo 3, was just perfect. And so I hope they bring that design from Halo 3. I hope that's what they're talking about when they're talking about bringing aspects from Halo 2 and Halo 3 into Halo 1. Make the Flood more like a horde of zombies, as we saw in Halo 3. Make the carrier forms in Halo 1 and in Halo 2, when you shoot and like kill a combat form, it explodes, and then maybe like 5 infection forms come out. When a carrier form in Halo 3 dies, like 50 infection forms. That's an exaggeration, but a lot of them come out. A lot of them, and it's awesome. And I hope that they really increase the numbers of the Flood that you see at any given time. Just going to make them far more unique and far more interesting of an adversary.
This is a learning specifically from CE2 Anniversary, which is just kind of that mood, the atmosphere, the tension, the horror, and really delivering on that from the way that we stage the encounters and the setup and how we reveal the Flood.
In Halo Leg.
Again, I mentioned earlier, I think this format is so funny because these guys are listening to this other guy they are hearing all this stuff for the first time, like they haven't been working all on this game. It's just such a funny format. They're all preaching to the choir, quite literally.
You can see there were some pure form units we've pulled in.
Pure form. Hold on, let me let him finish his thought.
A familiar friend, familiar fiend, if you will, to challenge the
That is the tank pure form from Halo 3, by the way.
player.
Was that it?
Talk to me just a little bit about how we're approaching the narrative aspects to bring it up to
Familiar friend.
Okay, that was it about the Flood. So this guy right here is the tank pure form from Halo 3. Pure forms were something that were meant to be introduced in Halo 2, but were cut. You had pure forms, mainly the Juggernaut, the Flood Juggernaut, that was a pure form. That was entirely cut from Halo 2. And it never saw any sort of... it might have been in Halo Wars, I don't know. Halo 3 is when we actually got pure forms. We had the Stalker, the Ranged, and the Tank form. And I do have my problems with how they were implemented in Halo 3. I think they could have been a lot more interesting. I think... the shape-shifting ability is interesting, but I think it's a little too overdone. I think it makes sense for the Stalker form to shapeshift into the ranged form and then back, because the ranged form has no mobility. But the Stalker can move very fast, and then once it gets into a position, it can shapeshift into the ranged form. I'm gonna be honest, I don't like the tank form too much. It just feels like a damage sponge. And the one thing I like about the tank form is that when I see the tank form, I imagine that the Gravemind, the Flood, saw a Covenant Hunter and then tried to replicate the Covenant Hunter. That's what I kind of imagine, because it has a very similar silhouette. It is also the strongest form, like the Hunter. The Hunter's very strong. Now, the pure forms in Halo 3 are interesting because they can shapeshift, but each individual form has its own niche. Obviously, the ranged form is ranged, the Stalker is for mobility, and the tank is melee. I just feel like it kind of falls short. I think there could have been so much more done that would have been interesting with the Flood in terms of pure forms. Because really, when you think about it, the sky is the limit with what you could do with the Flood. If they can arrange themselves with biomass and turn into whatever they want, essentially. There was something I was going to say about the tank. I can't remember what it was. Oh, not necessarily about the tank, but there is a little scene, if you can easily miss it in Halo 3. It's on the mission Floodgate when the Flood are introduced in Halo 3. When you see the Flood for the first time in Halo 3, I should say, there is a little scene after the elites drop down from the Shadow of Intent, and the Arbiter goes up and starts talking to one of the other elites and asks, like, has the quarantine been broken? Talking about High Charity. The reason why the elites, and this is a criticism I have about a lot of Halo 3 revamp, like rebalance mods, is that they have an elite presence on Earth prior to Floodgate. But that's a very intentional detail. There's a very, it was intentional that the elites were not on Earth in the beginning half of Halo 3, because all of the elites, they had to, you got to remember, High Charity had fallen. It is the biggest city that you can imagine that is in the galaxy, right? It is the biggest city in the biggest empire in the galaxy. The strongest empire. High Charity gets infested by the Flood and then comes under control of the Flood. High Charity has an unfathomable amount of ships at its disposal, which are now all captured by the Flood. Ones that didn't escape, and that includes not only carriers, super carriers, cruisers, but that includes every Banshee, every Seraph, every Phantom, every Spirit, pretty much every single aerial vehicle that is in the Covenant Navy. Not only that, but the Flood now has access to all of the Covenant intel, which is why the Flood targets Earth and comes to Earth in Floodgate. After High Charity fell to the Flood now knows where Earth is and what Earth is. The Covenant knew at the end of Halo 2 that Earth was a human planet, likely the home planet of the humans. And of course they would have a record of that. Well, now that information is now in the hands of the Gravemind. And so of course the Gravemind, when it's able to break out of the blockade, it makes a straight shot at Earth. And who's to say, I mean, it's very possible that after it broke through the blockade and the blockade was scrambling to try to follow the ship to wherever it was going, could have started sending ships to other planets like St. Helios, the elite home planet, which would be a great explanation as to why only a few ships show up to Earth of the elite fleet. You only see like 3 or 4 of them show up. It's probably because all of the other elite ships are still trying to surround High Charity or are going and pursuing other ships that escaped from the blockade. The elites, so High Charity is this massive city, right? I just explained. It has all these resources. The elite separatist fleet has to push all of its resources, all of its ships, just to maintain control of High Charity. And they talk about that in a it's easy to miss. If you blink, you miss a scene in Halo 3 where the Arbiter goes up to one of the elites and asks, has the quarantine been broken, talking about what is going on, why are you guys here, why are you guys not forming basically a shield around High Charity so nothing can escape. Well, that elite goes, one of the ships broke through our fleet and we gave chase. And the Arbiter's like, but we had a fleet of hundreds. We have a fleet of hundreds or whatever. And the elite goes, alas, the flood, it has evolved. And I think that is kind of, that right there is kind of a lead up to you seeing your first pure form. The pure form is an example of how the flood has evolved, because you don't see your first pure form until after that scene happens. Now, that being said, I do think pure forms still have a place in Halo 1 and Halo 2. I don't think pure forms should necessarily be a just Halo 3 and beyond kind of thing. I just think that was the original intention at the time. Kind of an explanation as to why we're just now seeing pure forms in the games. Anyway.
Friend, familiar fiend, if you will, to challenge the player.
Talk to me just a little bit about how we're approaching the narrative aspects to bring it up to the same level as the rest of this game.
We want to tell an authentic story, and we want to level up the cinematics from the source.
As we were building this out, we didn't just kind of put a new coat of paint over the original cinematics, right? We ended up revisiting exactly how they were blocked out, how they were sequenced, how they were put together, and we've done that across the board.
We have access.
I like hearing that. That is what I wish they also did with the missions. You know, they're not just using the same block out. They're seeing how the cinematics were structured and seeing how they were shot and trying to recapture those same like themes and that same intent, but just making it bigger and making it better. And that's kind of what I wish they did with the Silent Cartographer here, as I explained earlier in the stream.
Access to original source assets, original source code, and access to the original storyboards. We are remastering, remixing the music to go along with these cinematics.
We also had the core principal cast come in and re-record all the lines.
How much firepower would you need?
That's a really big point right there, by the way. I'm going to let them finish.
Need to crack one of the engine shields.
This really provides a degree of fidelity that we weren't able to do for Halo Anniversary.
Now would be a very good time to leave.
That line sounds so different. It's not a bad difference. It's just a difference. But man, that just sounds so different.
I'm super excited that this game will include 3 brand new bonus.
Okay, before they continue, actually, no. I'm going to let them talk about this too.
Missions. Tell me a little bit about that.
It was really important that we preserve the original story as it is. So these missions specifically are meant to be.
There's Kat from Halo Reach. That's really cool. I think that's cool.
A prequel, a setup for, the main course.
What is this? I want to know what that is because that looks really cool. It's obviously a Covenant ship of some kind.
So these missions specifically are meant to be a prequel, a setup for, the main course. These new missions are going to offer some new opportunities for character interactions, maybe between, Chief and Johnson.
We've got some new mechanics.
Okay. This is going to be the most interesting thing about this remake. The new missions, they're going to be prequel missions. And they said that they're bringing back the cast. Okay, so how much of the cast are they bringing back? We saw Jen Taylor. We saw, I can't believe I'm blanking on his name right now. The guy who voices Master Chief. I'm sorry, I can't remember his name at this moment. I'm just I can't believe I can't remember it. What about David Scully? What about Pete Stacker? Pete Stacker is hold on. I have a phone right here that I can look things up. I could also use my computer. So yeah, Pete Stacker. Pete Stacker's the guy who voiced Sergeant Stacker, but more well-known, Captain Keyes. David Scully voices Sergeant Johnson. And the thing about David Scully is that nobody has actually heard from him in a long time. He has not been voiced. He's not voiced in any video games in like the past at least 5 years or so. And it's like, did they get him back? I sure hope they did, because Sergeant Johnson's my favorite Halo character. I mean, I know that's not a super profound like opinion to have, but I know they had a new voice actor for like Halo Wars 2 or something, but I don't know. I have no idea. I just wonder if it means, when they say that, I just wonder if they actually got David Scully to come back. We also have Echo 419. I can't remember the name of the voice actor for Echo 419. Jen Taylor is actually provides the voice for the not only Cortana, but the voice for, I believe, the escape pod pilot at the beginning of the game. I don't like Echo 419 is probably not going to be in any of the prequel missions. I think it probably would be good for her to be in the prequel missions. I hope she is, because she is also one of my favorite Halo characters. I like Hocus as well from Halo 3, but she doesn't have like as much of a presence in Halo 3 as Echo 419 does in Halo 1. Foehammer. I should just call her Foehammer. So the big question is that when are these, a lot of people have already made theories as to when these prequel missions are going to take place. Are they going to take place during the Fall of Reach? Personally, I think at least one of them is, because we are getting the needle rifle. We know that the needle rifle is going to be one of the new weapons added. They're also right here. I'm going to let them elaborate here.
Maybe some new AI behaviors, things that haven't been done before in Halo CE.
I think we're just getting started.
New AI behaviors. Okay, keep that in mind.
So where are we right now at this stage in development? What can you share with us?
In the past few weeks, we've been able to start engaging and sending builds out to some of our community members.
We can now see so many of the elements of the level really coming together.
Okay, they didn't mention what I thought they were going to mention. They've announced that they're adding new enemies, new enemy types to Halo 1. Now, what does that mean? Personally, I think we're going to see the brutes. I think we're going to see the skirmishers, and I think we're going to see Covenant engineers. I think those are three of the new enemies that we're going to be seeing. And I think we're going to be seeing, I think one of the missions, the prequel missions, is going to be during the Fall of Reach. I don't think all of the missions are going to be of the Fall of Reach, but I think one of them is. And I think we're going to be seeing skirmishers and brutes in that Fall of Reach mission. Now, I think it would be great if they added engineers and brutes into new encounters in the original missions. I think it would be actually like, I think it would be actually kind of a disservice if brutes did not appear in some capacity in the original missions, especially like the Pillar of Autumn and Halo, where the brutes are meant to, before the brutes took over the elite's role in the Covenant during the Great Schism in Halo 2, the brutes, their role in the Covenant were meant to be shock troopers that were kind of meant to be siege, like stormtroopers, siege sort of whatever against human worlds and human colonies from my understanding. So that's why in Halo Reach, when you play Exodus, I don't think you see a single elite in that mission. It's all brutes, because the brutes are basically sent to make human invasions brutal. Or invasions against the humans brutal. That is, and you might ask the question, well, why is it that when the elites come to Earth in Halo 2, or when the Covenant comes to Earth in Halo 2, it's all elites and not brutes? Well, we know in ODST that's not the case, because you don't see a single elite in ODST, you only see brutes. Now, that was mainly a gameplay limitation, a time limitation. But in Halo 2, the reason you don't see brutes on Earth in Halo 2 is because they state in Halo 2 that the Covenant were not expecting to find humans on Earth. So of course they wouldn't bring an anti-human fleet to Earth if they were not expecting to find humans. So I think if you had when you have missions where the Covenant is directly running operations against humans, like the Pillar of Autumn, like the mission Halo, you should see more brutes than elites if the brutes are meant to be anti-human shock troopers. That's what I think. I don't think skirmishers are necessarily as important to implement in the original missions, but I think if there is one new enemy type that you absolutely should add to the original missions, it would be the engineer, because the engineer was meant to be the engineer was a cut enemy in Halo 1, and Ruby of Blue, his combat evolved rebalance, I think it's his mod, I might be wrong, but there is a when you play 343 Guilty Spark, there is this one part in that mission where you save an engineer and it unlocks a door for you, and I think that is, like, that stuff needs to be in Halo. Like, the emergent gameplay, unlocking new routes or whatever by doing certain actions, as I was talking about earlier in the stream when I said if there's one thing that Halo Campaign Evolved can improve, is to really go all out on the exploration. Anyway. Oops, I didn't mean to go.
There's a point in every game's life cycle where it kind of just comes online.
Seeing really high fidelity versions of cinematics, elements of the sandbox and encounter tweaks and the lighting.
You go to someone's desk and give feedback live on an experience, and to me that's like a really...
That's awesome. The hunters right there, the worms, look awesome. I think if there's one thing, I think we're going to see it. I don't know if it was General Heed or some other person's video I watched of their own gameplay of campaign evolved demo, but they showed how when you kill a hunter, you see the worms kind of scurry away from the hunter corpse, which I'm like, that is something that should always be in Halo. Always should have been in Halo, where like I mean, that would be kind of something that would be hard to implement, I would think, but have, when you defeat a hunter, you just have a pile, it just like melts into a pile of worms, and some of the worms kind of scurry away from the pile, the ones that survived.
Exciting time in game development.
The ultimate love letter to the game that started it all. I would call upon our entire Halo community to welcome with open arms this next generation of players. I'm excited to just relive these experiences again for the first time.
Okay, we finally got through the roundtable reveal. I made a lot of points that I've wanted to make already. So the 13-minute reveal, the 13-minute gameplay demo is probably not going to take as long to get through. If there's any, let's see, Steve Downs, that's the voice actor's name for Master Chief. Good lord. Oh, one more thing I wanted to say about the new prequel missions. The one thing I think a Halo 1 remake needs to have that is not tied to gameplay is you need to have the Arbiter have a presence in Halo 1. Not a playable character, maybe not even a character you see in the missions, but a character that you may see in cutscenes, or you might at least hear him mentioned. I think probably hearing him be mentioned is probably the best thing to do. But we know that the Arbiter was the shipmaster, the fleet admiral of, I think, the fleet of Particular Justice, which was the fleet that destroyed Reach and then chased the Pillar of Autumn to Alpha Halo, and then was the Covenant fleet present in Combat Evolved. And I think in order for the Arbiter, for his presence to be more meaningful in a Halo 2 remake, you need to introduce the Arbiter in the Halo 1 remake. Make him the main antagonist of the Covenant faction. Now, you don't have to make him necessarily this evil or like mustache twirling villain, you know, make him a character, make him a villain that when we see him in Halo 2 it makes sense, you know. And that way you can set up this rivalry between him and the Master Chief. When Master Chief and Arbiter see each other for the first time, or like in Halo 3 when in Arrival, when you know, you see the Arbiter and the Master Chief clearly have this beef, like they've had this long history with each other. The problem with that is that in Halo 2 they only ever meet each other once. And that is when the Gravemind is preaching to them, is giving them like a lecture. And that's the only time they ever meet before Halo 3. But when we see him in Halo 3 for the first time, when they see each other for the first time, it's like they've had this huge rivalry against each other. And then when you save Cortana from High Charity near the end of the campaign in Halo 3, and the Arbiter comes with a flamethrower, and Cortana sees him and he's like, "You two made nice. What else did I miss?" Like, Cortana knew, like, there was some sort of established relationship between the Master Chief and the Arbiter when there really wasn't. So we really, an ideal Halo 1 remake, the Arbiter has to have some sort of presence that is directly adversarial, if that's even a word, to the Master Chief and what you do as the Master Chief, where the Arbiter tries to thwart your actions, your plans. And I'm kind of afraid that we're not going to see that. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if the Arbiter, I hope the Arbiter makes an appearance in at least one of the prequel missions. I'm kind of doubting that, though. The Arbiter needs to be at least mentioned. And of course, at the time, he wouldn't be the Arbiter. He would probably be called the Admiral, the Fleet Admiral. That's probably what he would be called. Let me look at something real quick. Okay. So, that's another thing that the Campaign Evolved can do better than the original Halo Combat Evolved, is have the Arbiter make some sort of appearance or some sort of mention in the remake. It's going to make Halo 2 and Halo 3 glue so much better together if the Arbiter is in this, which I doubt he's going to be. Now, going back to them talking about new AI behaviors, this is something that they absolutely have to get right. That's one thing I do want to mention. These AI
built out to some of our community members.
I think we're just getting
New mechanics, maybe some new AI behavior.
New AI behaviors. So one other thing as to why Halo 1 was so popular when it came out is how advanced or how smart or how interactive the AI seemed. Where with previous first-person shooters, especially like Doom and Quake, enemies would always try to attack you no matter what. So, they would always shoot at you. They would shoot grenades. They would run at you with their sword, right? In Halo 1, it was one of the first-person shooter games, if not the first one, where the enemies actually had character to them, and you could use that to your advantage. If you encountered a squad of Covenant and you killed their leader, the Elite, that would make the Jackals and the Grunts scatter. So now you don't have as much enemies. Like, if you target their leader, you can break the chain of commands, and that is a gameplay feature that is done through the use of AI. And because of that, it's, again, on top of exploration, that's one of the reasons why Halo was so successful, is because of how the AI was so tightly integrated into the design of the game, and how the AI had different personalities, characteristics. So these new AI behaviors, they absolutely have to get these AI behaviors right. Stop going out of focus, please, camera. Now, one thing I do want to say, where I said I think one of the new missions, not all of them, I think one of them is going to take place during the Fall of Reach. I do, if Halo Reach is still considered canon, which I think it would be, that I think the mission would, of course, take place before Cortana is delivered to the Pillar of Autumn by Noble Team. So you're probably just going to have Sergeant Johnson and Master Chief by themselves without Cortana's presence, which I'm okay with. Halo 3, the majority of Halo 3, in my opinion, to its detriment, was mostly absent of Cortana. So I'm looking through some of my notes here. I want to make sure I got... I'm pretty sure... Okay, so I didn't finish writing my notes, but I got to the end of my list of things that I did write. So let's take a look at... let's take a look at the gameplay demo. I'm going to keep this tab up just in case we need it. Okay, let's start from the beginning. Yay! Uh-oh, it may be inappropriate for children. Okay, cool. Water. Interesting. Okay, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool detail. You see the effect of the pelicans flying over the water, and it makes the water go, ooh. I mean, that should be expected in a modern game.
The Covenant believe that what they call the silent Cartographer is somewhere under this island. The Cartographer is a map room that will lead us to Halo's control center.
One thing I really want to point out here is, as they said, they re-recorded all the voice lines with the original cast. So I think what they're doing here is that they're trying to make Cortana sound more in line with her Halo 2, 3, and 4 personality. Where in Halo 1, Cortana was more of just like... I don't know how you would describe it, but Cortana's personality has a very different vibe from the rest of her depictions or her depictions in the rest of the games, including Halo 2 and 3, where right here she sounds a lot more headstrong, or whatever, if that's even the right word. I hope I'm making sense. I think it's an okay change. There's nothing wrong with it, in my opinion. As long as Master Chief doesn't, like, open his mouth every 5 seconds like in Halo 4, you know, I'm okay with that. That's so cool. That's really cool. So we have a crashed pelican. Did we see that in the original game? I know that there's a pelican that crashes later on in the mission, because Cortana ordered heavy weapons. That pelican doesn't crash later on in the mission, and I don't remember there being a pelican that crashes, that gets shot down in the beginning of the mission. So I wonder if this mission is expanded to elaborate on that or explore that a little bit more. I might just be reading too much into it. It's faux hammer. When I saw this, I was like, hell yeah. Faux hammer is one of my favorites, and we finally see like part of her face, not her whole face, but I'm like, she just looks so awesome. Yeah. When that was like a Fallout 4, everybody loved that. Everybody liked that. Like me. Something's missing. Do you know what it is? It has to do with what we were just talking about.
Contains the map room.
We're approaching the LZ. It's gonna be hot. Get set to cut out swing. Touchdown! Hit it, Marine! It's gonna be hot. Get set to cut out swing.
Where's the touchdown hit it, Marines? That's like one of the hardest lines in the game, and it's just completely missing. Just, where is it? Again, I love the animations. I think the sounds are good. Okay, right here, 32 round magazine. So many people lost their minds over this. I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't care. I actually do not care that it doesn't have 60 rounds. The thing is that Halo 3 reintroduced the assault rifle because the assault rifle was missing in Halo 2. The assault rifle was actually broken up in Halo 2 into two different weapons: the submachine gun and the battle rifle. Now, the submachine gun has a 60 round magazine. That's what it inherited. The submachine gun inherited the automatic firing and the 60 round magazine from the assault rifle, while the battle rifle inherited some other qualities. When they reintroduced the assault rifle in Halo 3, they still kept the SMG with its 60 round magazine. And so they gave the assault rifle a 32 round magazine to differentiate it a bit more from the SMG. Now, the implementation of the SMG and assault rifle in Halo 3, I think, was not well done. A lot of people say the assault rifle in Halo 3 is bad. I completely disagree. The assault rifle is actually a pretty good weapon. The only reason why the assault rifle, and as I talked about earlier, the Magnum in Halo 3, the only reason why they're seen as bad weapons is because they exist in the same game as the battle rifle. And the battle rifle is immensely overpowered. Now, the thing that they didn't do, I don't think there's not very good synergy between the SMG and the assault rifle in Halo 3. There's almost no reason to use the SMG in Halo 3. I think it has worse range than the assault rifle from what I remember. And It also has worse damage from what I remember, and as much as I like Halo 3, Halo 3 is my personal favorite Halo game. The sandbox in Halo 3, at least on the campaign front, is not well balanced at all. I said earlier in the stream that Halo 1 has the best balanced sandbox. Even though it's the smallest sandbox of any game, it is the best balanced, probably, maybe not most fleshed out, but definitely not most featured sandbox, but man, is it conducive to good gameplay. I mentioned earlier the battle rifle is in Halo 2 and Halo 3 just dominates the game. In Halo 2 and 3, there's really, I mean, if you're not carrying around a precision weapon like the battle rifle, the carbine, the SOCOM Magnum in ODST, the DMR in Halo Reach, then you're not playing the game effectively. Versus Halo 1, you could use any weapon other than the Needler, and it would be viable. No weapon overpowered another weapon. I talked earlier in the stream, I gave my reasoning as to why I do not believe the Magnum in Halo 1 is not overpowered. If you want to talk about an actually overpowered precision weapon in Halo, then you would talk about the Halo 2 and 3 battle rifle. I don't know why I exited full screen. Anyway, the 32 round magazine here for the assault rifle makes me believe that they might add the SMG and give it the 60 round mag. You might be thinking, why in the world would they add the SMG? Isn't that just like redundant? They have shown with the Needler that they're not opposed to adding redundancy in this remake, but if they treat the assault rifle like a long-ranged automatic weapon, and the assault rifle or the SMG as a short-range automatic weapon, I think it would work. I think it would. I need to get new glasses. These glasses are not sitting on my face correctly. I've had these glasses for 8 years, and I got an appointment for 2 weeks from now to get new glasses, hopefully. I'm going to get contact lenses, actually. That's what I hope. I'm not loving this design of the grunt. It just reminds me of like Halo 4. Other than that, I kind of like the Unreal Engine shader, metal shader. It kind of looks cool. I think, again, it would be nice if it was more of an iridescent metal, Covenant metal, as seen in like Halo 3, to make it more alien. But the problem is that it kind of looks too much like a car paint. It's like, this is an alien military with alien technology. Why are we making it look like a car? Why? I'm acting like I haven't seen this already, but I mean, like, how many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? So I'm actually about to get into the sprint debate in Halo. You want my opinion on sprint in Halo? There's no reason sprint should be in Halo. And it's not because it's the popular opinion to have. It's just like it doesn't serve Halo in any way. Sprint and ADS. It's like earlier I was it's like, why do I feel like I need to add sprint in Halo? Why do I feel like I need to add ADS? I had a debate with somebody recently who was clearly a Halo 5 fan. And look, if you're a Halo 5 fan, as long as a video game is fun, that's all that matters. Like, I'm not here to gatekeep Halo. But what really sucks is that you now have, just like how you have original trilogy fans, Star Wars fans, you have prequel trilogy fans, now you have sequel trilogy fans. You have Bungie Halo fans and you have Reclaimer Saga Halo fans. The problem is that Halo Studios is now going to have to cater to both fan bases. Now, I would make the argument that the classic Bungie Halo base is far bigger than the Reclaimer Saga fan base, but the fact of the matter is that we now live in a post-Reclaimer Saga Halo where they can't just leave those fans behind either. And I feel like that is the only reason that Sprint is still in Halo. I have a lot to say about this. So the debate I had with the guy, this person who was clearly a Halo 5 fan, by the way, but with their arguments. Because Halo 5 has all this advanced movement. It has ADS, the advanced movement being sprint, the advanced movement being clamber. So I made the argument that sprint and other advanced movement does not belong in Halo. It doesn't make sense. It's completely antithetical to the design of Halo, right? And this guy was like, what in the world do you mean? Of course sprint and other advanced movement belongs in Halo. And I said, he said, these are super soldiers. Why couldn't they sprint? And I said, when you're playing Halo 1, 2, 3, Reach has sprint. So Reach is not the best example. When you're playing Halo 2 and 3, games that don't have sprint, that doesn't mean the Spartan isn't sprinting. What it means is that the Spartan is able to sprint and shoot their weapon at the same time. When Halo Reach introduced sprint, now it was an armor ability. Now I have opinions about armor ability, and then Halo 4 added sprint as something you just have all the time. The thing is that Halo 2 and Halo 3 still have sprints, but you're still able to attack, throw grenades. You're not limited. Let me tell you something. The reason why sprint doesn't work in Halo is because sprint in first-person shooter games were specifically implemented for a specific reason. What is the game that popularized sprint in first-person shooters? Call of Duty. What is the biggest difference between Call of Duty and Halo? Call of Duty has a short time to kill. Halo has a long time to kill. In Call of Duty, sprint exists in Call of Duty, so you can move to another location so you can move to cover and then hide behind the cover and shoot from behind the cover. Call of Duty was not originally made to be a run and gun game. That is very clear when you play Call of Duty, and when you move in the slightest, the crosshair spread is dramatic. Your accuracy plummets when you move in Call of Duty. When you move in Halo, your accuracy is not affected. That is because you're a super soldier. Super soldiers don't need to hide behind cover and shoot as much as a regular soldier like you would play in Call of Duty. If you've ever shot a gun in real life, you would know how hard it is to hit a target and move at the same time. Guess what? Halo, you play as a super soldier. There's no reason why moving at top speed in a Halo game should be locked to an animation in which you can't use your weapon. A super soldier, like a Spartan, does not have to concern themselves with lowered accuracy while they're moving, and they don't have to worry about rushing to cover because they have energy shields with Mjolnir armor. So why in the world is sprint in Halo? And we know, like, I've seen video, like I said, I haven't played Halo 5, so I could be, these videos could be lying to me for all I know, but when you watch critiques about Halo 5's advanced movement, they make the point that returning maps from previous Halo games had to be rebalanced and scaled to accommodate for sprint and clamber. What is the point then? Just so, I mean, it would be inaccurate to say that sprint does not make sense in other games. Like I just said with Call of Duty, there is a reason why sprint exists in Call of Duty. But how is adding sprint to Halo a good idea if you have to lengthen the map to accommodate for sprint? The thing is that in Halo 2 and 3, you can move around the map with the same jump height, the same speed, the same capabilities. You can move around the map in Halo 2 and 3 in the same exact way as you would in Halo 5. The difference is that your movement isn't locked to animations that prevent you from attacking and interfacing with other parts of the gameplay design. Okay, I think I've made my point. I really try not to repeat myself, so I hope that makes sense. Now, with Sprint, they have said that I don't think we're going to get to the stream tonight where they talked a little bit more about Halo Campaign Evolved. We might watch it in another stream, but I think I might be done talking about Halo Campaign Evolved in this stream. But They talked about how sprint is an optional feature which you can turn off in the menu. And Jervalen made such a good point. I think it was Jervalen who made this point. If it is a feature I can turn off, then what's the point of it being in the game? How are you balancing the game with not having sprint and then having sprint? Like, what about the game changes when you turn the feature off? The funny thing is that sprint in Infinite was so unbelievably useless. Like, it barely increased your movement speed. So it's like, at that point, why in the world is it even in the game? I think it's only in the game to give new players the illusion that this game is fast, that Halo is a fast game. But here's the problem with that. Oh my god, this is actually making me really frustrated. I need to set a manual focus on this camera at some point. So, the thing about sprint in a game where sprint doesn't actually serve the rest of the gameplay, if you get bored because moving from one place to the other is too slow, seems too slow for you, that is not an indication that sprint is needed. It's an indication that the level design is not interesting. Oh my god. It's as simple as that. And actually, I do want to pull this one part up from their stream. That actually made me really mad when they said it. I think it was right here.
Such a full, fleshed out.
You're right. Really.
Those control.
Destroyed at some point just for science.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
Warthog.
Working on.
It's right here.
Yeah, I know. It just stuck
Nice
on
needle.
me. Yeah. Come get a plasma rifle. Some of my favorite shots.
Notice how much they're sprinting. It's like they don't even care to, like, take in the environment or take in the vibe of the level. They just want to quickly get to one place to another. That's the thing with sprint in Halo, is that Halo is a game that is really meant... I appreciated Art Turner. I just saw your chat message about SMG. It's good to know that I'm actually talking to people. The thing about Halo is that Halo historically is not an experience that just constantly has to dangle car keys in front of your face, like, ooh, look at the shiny thing. It was clearly intended to have moments of downtime to where you're just taking it in, you know, and that is expressed through not only the gameplay but the soundtrack, where Martin O'Donnell himself said there are times where you don't play any music. You just let it be silent because you want to just set the mood. You want the mood to be perfect. When you add sprint and you're just trying to get from one location to the other as fast as possible, you're not allowing the game to properly set the mood. And at what point do they have to restructure how the soundtrack works because you're moving too fast through the level? I just don't. I mean,
Like the trailer, it's like down this hallway,
Yeah,
right?
I
You
know.
see all that
Great.
glowing.
Very, very good looking Forerunner interiors.
Cartographer must be here. My analysis indicates that the map room should
I mean,
be
as Max said,
at
this
this
is not
facility. Let's keep going inside.
anniversary.
Don't let them lock the doors.
Yeah.
that's good
Yeah,
to
I mean-
hear. That's at least good to hear. This is not anniversary good, because I don't think anything could be worse than anniversary, and you don't want to get to anniversary levels of suck. So it's good that they're trying to distance themselves from that abomination.
That's a good point. I mean, one of the things that we wanted to do here was
Actually,
maintain the mood, maintain the lighting, the kind of darker lighting, the horror vibe, right?
The lighting is so much better. I mean, it really is. When I the rare instance where I actually want to check out the anniversary graphics in the Master Chief Collection, I turn the gamma down as much as much as the game will let me, because it's like I see too much. There's no reason for me to have a flashlight. That's another thing that really frustrates me about Halo 1 Anniversary being the default setting for new players when they played the Master Chief Collection. Like, members of my family, my nephews, who are just now getting into Halo, they don't know. I had to show them the original graphics because they didn't know that was a thing. And it would be different if the anniversary graphics just looked ugly, but it's actually a detriment to the gameplay. There's no reason you need a flashlight. There's no reason why you need to balance your flashlight as a resource in anniversary graphics, because the game is just too damn bright. And that's just one example. I mean, it takes away so much from the game. So them putting an emphasis on lighting is so good to hear.
I underestimated
Nice
the
little
Covenant's understanding
Magnum
of Halo
flip.
subsystems.
Nice little forerunner.
Now that melee animation for the Magnum, where they call it the Magnum flip, that's what I was talking about earlier, where I like the look of the new animations as long as it matches with the weapon sandbox, as they're saying that they're trying not to change too much of the weapon sandbox. Well, so much of the weapon functionality of the original sandbox is the speed of animations, where the Magnum has a slow ready animation and a slow melee animation. That's one reason why the Magnum is not overpowered, in my opinion. So it's good to see that they're paying attention to that.
Runner door, beautiful Forerunner interior. And now we got locked out. We got to keep going.
Why don't
Okay,
you, there you go. I was
so
gonna say, you
Once
play
I
this
actually hit the
weekend at
again, they're just like sprinting
So the
everywhere.
hunters are
It
difficult.
just
We might need to
All
tune
right,
them.
wait, go. Oh, no.
I feel like I sound like a boomer when I'm like complaining that they're sprinting, you know, like all the time, but it's actually kind of a real problem. Okay, so I think it's over here.
Oh. There we are. Let's go.
There you go. There you go.
All right.
All right.
Right here.
Hunters down.
And then get to go through some nice Forerunner caves. Check out one very famous icon. Let's go.
Not on heroic.
I
That's
can't
not
find
super
it. There's an
effective.
instance where one of them says, "Why don't you speed it up a little bit?" And I'm like, "Why are we speeding it up? Why do we feel the need to speed the flow of the game? Is the game too slow? If so, that's an indication of a problem with the level design and not the fact that you just need sprint." Now they're sprinting here. Oh, is it right? I don't know where it is. I don't think I'm gonna find it in a reasonable amount of time.
Hunters here in close range combat, the ground and surfaces around it.
Connect. We got some Fohammer fans in the house.
Anyway, I don't think I need to prove that point anymore. Other than, it has been such a huge point of contention in the Halo, like, player base that sprint is even a thing. That why in the world are you adding it to the first Halo game that famously doesn't have sprint? It's just totally antithetical to the design of the game, in my opinion. Yeah, sure, you can turn it off, but then at that point, it's like, why add it? It's just there so Call of Duty players don't get bored, because that's kind of mean for me to say, but it's like they have to... Oh, let me reposition myself. It's just, you know what I mean. So anyway, going on, so this right here with the plasma pistol was another point I heard somebody make, where the vent on the plasma pistol, it kind of doesn't make sense that it vents towards you and not away from you. Like, isn't that kind of a weird safety choice, like right here? I don't know if you saw that. Let me back it up a little bit. See how it opens up towards you? If you've ever operated like an actual gun, you'll know that the brass gets expelled away from you, so as it won't pose any sort of like issue to the operator of the weapon. That's a huge nitpick. I recognize that that's just like, that's not nearly as egregious as the ammo counter on the Needler. That's almost a non-issue.
Area secure.
Someone order a Warthog.
Somebody order a Warthog.
I didn't know you made house calls for him. I love that part. I love the banter between the Marines and Halo 1. It's just so good. I will say the skybox looks pretty good. I do like the skybox.
Let's go find the map room. That will show us the location of Halo's control center.
I will say I don't have an issue with how the nature looks. A lot of people have criticized this presentation as the terrain looks a little too Earth-like, and I think I would get that argument for a mission like Halo, where, you know, the sky is kind of like this weird morning purple where you can see the stars even though it's daytime. Like, I would get that criticism for a mission like that, but if you play the Silent Cartographer, the original mission, the nature in this really does just kind of look like, you know, it just looks like a version of the original terrain, but just modern.
I've been able to pinpoint the main facility by cross-referencing Covenant survey data.
The tire tracks are pretty cool. I don't know if you saw them. If I turn off the...
I've marked the entrance with a nav point.
You can just see them. I think adding all these cliffs and stuff makes it a bit visually more interesting. I'm fine with like these additions and stuff. I think that's fine. Again, I just kind of wish that they built these missions from the ground up instead of try to make them almost the same. The detail of the Warthog turret heating up is awesome. I always love that kind of detail. I loved that, seeing that on the Spiker in Halo Reach, where it actually looks like when you have iron, like when you see a blacksmith, like a person who works with metal, and they heat it up and you kind of see black flakes on the glowing metal. That is so cool, and you can see that in Halo Reach, and that is just a detail I love to see in games, and it's good to see it here. Before I forget, I was just looking up at the shields, and one thing you'll notice is that there is the health bar. The health bar regenerates on its own as it does in Halo 2 and Halo 3. Versus in Halo 1 originally, you had to find medic packs, health packs. And that feature was returned in ODST and in Halo Reach. And here, this takes on the functionality of Halo 2 and 3, where the health regenerates on its own, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, but I think if they're really wanting to be faithful, I think what you should do is that you have a skull. They talk about how they have dozens of skulls now. I think one great choice for a skull would be to add a skull that adds health packs back into the missions, where that is how you regain health. I think that should be a skull.
Cliff wall. I'll bet the silent cartographer is somewhere inside that facility. They're already inside. We have to get in there and stop them before they learn the location of the control center.
Again, these buildings don't really look weathered, like they've been abandoned for thousands of years. I like how they look metal and shiny. Like, I think it looks pretty. It just doesn't match the vibe, and it would be a very simple fix. Just add grime. That's all you need to do. You can still keep the metalness, you can still keep some of the reflectivity. Just add grime, just add dirt, just add age. This might be a really hot take, but this is actually one section that I kind of wish they would remake, because I don't find this entrance, this like foyer area to this building, like that interesting of a battle arena at all. Just my opinion. It's just almost a straight hallway, but with like little cubby holes that you can hide behind. I realize that might not be a popular take. And if so, I respect
The Covenant are putting up a real fight.
the idea that it's okay.
Cartographer must be here. My analysis indicates that the map room should be at the bottom floor of this facility. Let's keep going inside. Don't let them lock the doors.
That was a good delivery on that line. Don't let them lock the doors. I think that was definitely an improvement on the original recording.
Interesting. I underestimated the Covenant's understanding of Halo's subsystems. We need to find the security override to Covenant's understanding of Halo's subsystems.
Let's look at this door for a second. Let's look at this door.
Its understanding.
Do you see a problem with this door? There's no window. In the original game, there was a window to where you could peek through and see the sword elite, the elite zealot, staring back at you, kind of as like a sort of what's the term? Intimidating. It's kind of intimidating to be able to see that elite zealot on the other side of the door. And don't really get that
Of Halo's subsystems.
without that window.
We need to find the security override to get this door open.
Cortana to Keys.
Go ahead, Cortana. Have you found the control center?
Negative, Captain. The Covenant have impeded our progress. We can't proceed unless we can disable this installation's security system.
Understood. We're still en route to the objective. I may be out of contact when we get there.
That radio filter sounds really cool. I like that. Halo 3 had a really cool radio filter effect too. You could even shoot through the window. I didn't realize that.
Here are your orders.
I didn't know
I
that.
want you to use any means necessary to force your way into the facility and find Halo's control center. Good luck, people. Keys out.
Let's move down the beach. Keep an eye out for any unusual structures that could house the security system.
One other thing. Where's the overshield? Isn't there an overshield right here? Did I just miss it?
Keep an eye out for any unusual structures that could house the security system.
Again, like, I don't really care, but if they're almost remaking the level 1-to-1, why is the overshield not there? I'm confused. If they're obviously wanting to keep the encounters and the like block out of the level almost exact. I just wonder why they make some changes and not make other changes. The version I play of Halo Combat Evolved is normally MCC, so that's what I had the most experience with. I don't think I've ever bothered trying to shoot through the window. I think that's why I didn't realize that.
It looks like there is a path into the interior of the island.
For example, right here, here's an example of a change of like, why are they making that change but not other changes? I don't remember there being an arch right here.
It looks like there is a...
I don't remember that. So why are they adding that there but not changing other things?
path into the interior of the
And
island.
also, okay, so right here we're gonna see something that just is a very strange change in my opinion.
Down, man! Triggers down!
The Act Man made a really good point about this part right here. Yeah, there was a rock arch after the map room, but not. I don't think there is one going into the interior of the island to go to the security room. They likely moved it forward. Yeah. Oh, that's what you're talking about. Yeah, okay, I understand what you're saying now, but I just think, why did they make that change, you know, and not others? Okay, so the Act Man right here talked about, like, what's the deal with that elite not making any sort of effort to dodge the Warthog? That's one thing. I think a lot of people would agree that the elites had a major downgrade in the Reclaimer saga, where the elites in the Bungie games were meant to be these very agile, graceful warriors, and then the Reclaimer saga was just kind of had them do stuff like this, where it's like, why is the elite taunting me and not trying to save its life? Like, I don't think, like, the elites in Halo 1 would not do that. They would dive out of the way. They wouldn't shake its fist in the air like, oh, why I oughta, as you're driving at them at like 30 miles an hour. Oh, tough luck. That is actually probably... That's a good point, actually. That's a really good point. It's just because tough luck is inactive. Yeah. That could very well be the case. You are actually probably right about that. Okay, so here is like... Okay, so, here's the thing. The original level designer of the Silent Cartographer made a thread on X, on Twitter, whatever you want to call it, talking about all of the changes that he didn't approve of in this demo. The one being that you can drive the Warthog to this far into the level. And he talked about how the intention of this encounter is that you would not be able to bring the Warthog with you, which is why they set up a bunch of rocks and boulders and stuff to block you from bringing the Warthog. Okay, so but earlier in the roundtable reveal, they talked about how they want to be authentic to the original encounters. So why in the world are you able to bring the Warthog to this hunter fight? I just don't get it. Like, I don't get the reasoning. I don't get why they decided to make some changes and not other changes. Again, I think it would just be so much better if they just, while staying faithful to the original intent of the mission, if they just like rebuilt the mission from the ground up, they could take most of the creative liberties they want. But because they're trying to make a near one-to-one remake, they can't take all of the creative liberties they want, and that some of the creative liberties they do take just doesn't make sense. Like taking the Warthog into this hunter arena. I have to imagine that the reason they made this decision is because you can't just one-shot the hunters with your Magnum anymore. But still, I still don't think that that's like really a satisfying argument for being able to bring the Warthog into this encounter. Are they just shooting at the building? Look how much ammo they just put into that building. Again, why do they feel like they have to sprint everywhere they go? It's, that just shows me that they're not really like paying attention to the level itself. They're just wanting to get from one place to the other as quick as possible. So there should be overshields right in that corner. I don't know if they went out to where you can see. I don't think you can see the overshields if they're there. So, okay, that was actually very interesting. So I was getting ready to say, well, this goes to show that you can't kill the hunters in one hit with your Magnum, but it really didn't take all that much to take down the hunter with the Magnum. So they're kind of keeping that in to a degree, with the Magnum being effective against hunters, but not outright killing them in one hit. I mean, that was four shots with the Magnum. Now, but hold on. Did the hunter take damage from that grenade? Yeah. No, it's a different. Okay, yeah, no. It did take damage from a grenade as well. Still, that's missing mantle symbols. Yeah. I would have. I know what you're talking about. I didn't pay attention though. Yeah, right there, I think is what you're talking about. There should be a mantle symbol.
Use the holo panel to shut down the security system.
Looks fine. I mean, again, another complaint I heard is that the hologram is like way too confusing to look at versus the original hologram is like very clear. I mean, I think that's also just kind of a nitpick, but I see what they mean. So this right here, this cutscene,
Good.
I think that cutscene is really well done. This is not a criticism of this remake. This is a criticism of the original game, because the original game has that cutscene as well. The thing is that part of me thinks it would have been better if they didn't have a cutscene like that at all. So, because you do see that Elite Zealot earlier when the door gets locked. It is a little bit of a if you blink you'll miss it kind of thing, but to players who are attentive, it's like, oh, there is a big bad guy right there on the other side of the door. And then that cutscene kind of reminds you that Elite is there and just makes you like very aware, you know, like, hey, this guy's here. I think in some way that kind of takes away the shock factor of finding that elite zealot later on in the mission when you finally go and you're going back to the surface. Where if a player is attentive enough to where they notice the elite zealot in the doorway before the doors get shut, that kind of rewards them in a way to, look out for this enemy later on, because this enemy is somewhere in this building. You got to watch out for him. But also I can see the reason why the cutscene is in the game, because it's like, ooh, here's a big bad guy, you know, kind of builds up the tension of the mission. The cutscene existing builds up tension. So I understand why it's in. It's just a decision I probably wouldn't make personally.
That should open the door that leads into the main shaft. We need to go to the main facility. Let's head back down the beach.
Let's go to the beach. Let's go get away.
Understood. We're on our way.
That Magnum, just from watching, feels so impactful. I really like it.
Chief, Bravo 22 was bringing us some heavy weapons. After I saw we were up against hunters, I thought you could use them.
Was that the Halo Reach, like, methane tank, like, blast off? Yeah. I do like how they have that. I think that's one thing I really like about Halo Reach. That was one of the best additions to an existing enemy in Halo Reach, was the methane tank going sicko mode. So right here, when they drop down onto the beach, I don't think that is something that you can do originally in Halo Combat Evolved. I think if you try to make that jump, you hit a kill barrier and then you reset back to your last checkpoint. I don't know how to feel about... I think it's fine. I mean, it prevents you from having to retrace your steps. I think that's okay. One of the biggest criticisms of Halo Combat Evolved is that there's a lot of backtracking, and I think that is kind of an answer to some of the backtracking criticisms. Removing that kill barrier, so you can just jump down onto the beach. Somebody's holding their plasma pistol. Okay, so why is this guy using rockets against jackals? That's like a massive waste. Well, hold on. There was an arch there, though. Yeah. Yeah, maybe not a kill barrier, but just fall damage. Yeah, that's probably it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, nothing to say here. Looks fine. This is nearing the end of the demo. We get this one last cutscene. Do we know exactly what Master Chief is kicking down the shaft? When I originally played on Xbox, when I played on a crappy, like, TV, I always thought it was just like a random rock. And then when I played on a better TV, I thought it was like a plasma grenade that was just sitting there for some reason. And I still don't know what that is. Even in the remake. It's like some weird Forerunner device. I will say, I think Master Chief looks great. Yeah. There's Halo Campaign Evolved coming 2026. The question is, when in 2026? I'm going to guess probably September 2026. Because wasn't the original... Hold on. Wasn't the original... I can just do this here. Combat Evolved. November. Okay, so it was in November. I think historically most Halo games release in September. That's why I thought it was September. I would imagine that they're probably going to want to release the game near the original release date, probably the last part of 2026. And honestly, I hope they take as much time as they need to really make this the best remake as it possibly can. I do hope they, from what I see, I did explain a lot of you know, things that I think could be improved. Which is a lot of things. And I think they're going in the right direction. I was hoping for more. Not for us to see more, but I was hoping for more in terms of making it a true remake instead of just another remaster. So that is the whole breakdown, my thoughts on Halo Campaign Evolved. Oh my goodness, we're 4 hours and 16 minutes into the stream. This has been a long one. And I don't know if I'm quite ready to end the stream yet. I thought I was originally going to do some Halo modding, but I think it's getting a little too late for that. But one thing we could do is maybe play some modded versions of the Silent Cartographer, just as a fun, like, little comparison. I'm going to change... I don't want to close the application. What in the world are you talking about? It's my webcam software that wants to close for some reason. It's like, I didn't give you permission to do that. I should probably change the name of the stream. Um, um, yeah, about the battle rifle tutorials, I am very excited that people got a lot of value out of that. And unfortunately, I just not have put in the time to make more tutorials about Halo modding. I've learned quite a bit more about Halo modding, and I probably could make more tutorials, but the thing is that I actually haven't made a full, like, an actual mod myself and published it yet, and I would like to make at least one mod so I know, like, the modding process from start to end to, like, make a new tutorial. But that's one reason I want to get back into live streaming, is I want to stream the process of creating mods. So even if it might take a while to come out with a tutorial, at least you can see the process of how I'm doing things on my live stream. And it's going to be a lot more to sit through, but at least you can see things that I do before I make like a more condensed tutorial on how to do something. So, I'm really glad that you got some value out of that tutorial series. I have learned I haven't fully learned the entire new weapon creation pipeline. I've gotten to the point where I've made custom animations, both first person and third person for weapons. I would also like to work on new characters, new bipeds. That's something else I want to work on. I think the next project I'm going to work on, though, is a multiplayer map. That's one thing I haven't done yet, is just make a map. I think I'm going to do that next. So I would like to stream tomorrow, and we'll probably do some actual like Halo modding tomorrow on the stream. But to close this off, we might spend like an hour, if that even, playing some Silent Cartographer mods, since that's keeping up with the theme. So if you want to stick around for that, that'd be cool. We'll do that here. When will I do Reclaim or Reboot stream? I mean, that's something we could talk about. I would like to gather I started writing a document actually probably a few years ago, outlining like my ideas for a Halo uh-oh, you see my Sakura games? I got those in a Humble Bundle. I played Sakura Dungeon. I like dungeon crawlers. These are all visual novels. I have not played Unipop, but I exposed myself as a person who has anime visual novels in my Steam library. Reclaim or Reboot stream. So I'll have to track down the document I started writing. Once I find that and I look it over and maybe add some more to it, it shouldn't take me long to find it. I just I reinstalled Windows recently on this computer and I backed up all my files onto my external hard drive. I'm pretty sure that document is somewhere on my external hard drive. I just have to look for it. What I'm hoping, I'm sure I can find that. What I'm hoping is that I'm hoping I can find the document I wrote about ideas for skulls. So, that's what I'm really hoping I didn't lose. Because that I wrote a long time ago. Let's do... Where is... Okay, there's Silent Cartographer evolved. We will play... We'll do normal. So this is a pretty classic Halo custom edition mod that's been recently ported to MCC. This mod adds a whole bunch of stuff. It kind of deviates pretty heavily from the typical Halo experience, but not in a bad way. It really gives Reach vibes in terms of its art style, especially.
The Covenant believe that what they call the Silent Cartographer.
The Silent Cartographer.
The Cartographer is a map room that will lead us to Halo's control center. The island has multiple structures and installations. One of them...
Look at that anti-air wraith. It's more of like a shade turret. Touchdown. Hit it, Marines! Go, go, go. Is the game too loud? The game might be too loud. Hopefully I can alt-tab without the game crashing. That's usually an issue that MCC has. Okay, I think we're good. Die. So this has a grenade launcher, this assault rifle. In my opinion, I think attaching grenade launchers to weapons in Halo is kind of going a little too far. I feel like that adds, like, way too much to just a single weapon. EMP grenade. What does an EMP grenade do? There's a carbine. I want to play around with this Magnum a little bit more. I better save my Marines before they die. So, I didn't get to see a brute that well. When does this go up anywhere? Well, I'm gonna say the line for for Sergeant Stacker because he didn't say it. Hey, I didn't know you made helicopter bow hammer. There, now Echo 419 can say that. You know our motto, we deliver. Bro, you are about to... Oh, what do I want? Should we take the battle rifle? What is the difference between this assault rifle and this assault rifle? I think this one just doesn't have a grenade launcher. Okay, so one thing I think's really cool. You know the Halo Reach multiplayer map Tempest? These towers that are in the distance are inspired by that. I think that's a kind of a cool detail. what I think of brutes in CE. Earlier in the stream, I talked about when during the roundtable reveal that I think brutes should be added. I think brutes definitely have a place in Halo 1. I hope to see them in situations where the Covenant is going on the offensive against humans, particularly, like in missions like the Pillar of Autumn. So, or like Halo, the mission Halo, where you have to rally scattered Marines, and then the Covenant sends out brutes to hunt down humans. Because I think the idea with the brutes, and I talked about this earlier, is that when you play Halo Reach, brutes, and like Exodus and Halo Reach, a mission where you have to defend the city of New Alexandria and evacuate civilians. I don't think you see a single elite in that mission. It's all brutes just wreaking havoc and like murdering humans. And I think if you were to have, like before the brutes took over the roles that the elites had after the Great Schism, brutes were just these shock troopers meant to be sent into human colonies and stuff, or like human ships, just to deal with the humans while the elites worked on some of the more religious stuff, like looking for Forerunner artifacts and structures. Like the brutes were very much the barbarians. The elites were the explorers. Did you see that pop in, by the way? Look at that door. I wonder if that door leads anywhere, or if it's just locked. It's just locked. I wonder if it, we eventually go through it. Or if it's just there for looks. One thing I don't really care about with the Silent Cartographer Evolved is that you can't just drive around the island. Let me try driving around the island. I don't think this is intentional. Yeah, no. I'm just gonna say you can't drive around the island. If there's one thing I don't like about the Silent Cartographer Evolved, it's that. Silent Cartographer Evolved feels a little too linear. That's a good point about, because the fleet in Halo 1 is the same fleet that destroyed Reach. And the fall of Reach was supposedly very costly on both sides, to the point where apparently until they made a comeback in Infinite, the skirmishers were basically extinct because so many of them died in Reach, on Reach. You could probably make the what would you call? You could probably make the point that the brutes that were involved with the fleet were all left on Reach, and that's why you don't see brutes in Halo 1. I still think that the brutes would serve an interesting gameplay role in Halo 1. I've always thought that if you had a game where you were fighting both brutes and elites, like in Halo Infinite, you could give the elites regenerating power shields, right? you could still give the brutes regenerating energy shields, but if the energy shields take too much damage, the armor gets stripped off of the brute. So brutes will have permanent brute shields will permanently be taken down if they receive too much damage, which would separate them from elites in terms of how their health system works. That is definitely a way you can make brutes different from elites. That is other than behavioral differences. One critique about Halo 3 is that the brutes just act too much like elites. Don't get me wrong, I think brutes are very fun to fight in Halo 3. I think they are... I think the brutes in Halo 3 are some of the most fun enemies in a Halo game to fight. But they're not really different from how elites play. Versus, I think it would be great. There's that one instance in Crow's Nest where you're fighting the Hammer Chieftain when you gotta find your way to the barracks to save the Marines. Where that room full of brutes does feel like a pack that they you know, coordinate with each other. There's other instances of that in Halo 3, but that's the one that stands out to me the most. Just because it's very apparent that that's what the idea was. Let's see if... I don't think we can shoot through that window. I know we're not playing the original, but... yeah, you can tell that there's glass there.
The Covenant have impeded our progress. We can't proceed unless we can disable this installation security system.
Understood. We're still en route to the objective. I may be out of contact when we get there. Here are your orders. I want you to use any means necessary to force your way into the facility and find Halo's control center. We have to get to the center before the Covenant. And failure, people, is not an option.
Echo 419 to ground teams. I'll stay on station and keep an eye out for Covenant bogeys.
Second squad, ready to roll as soon as everybody's topside. Secure here, sir. LZ is all clear.
Good luck, people. Keys out.
That was a new line, I think. Keep in mind, Art Turner, that this is modded. I mean, I know you know that, because this is obviously modded, but that the window could be missing in the original. The glass could be missing in the original. So... brutes... I think Halo 3 would have done really well to have enemy elites. Elites that were so... They were so indoctrinated in the Covenant religion that they just... They stuck with the Covenant. Yeah. Yeah. And so, Halo 3, you could have had elites that had shields that regenerated, just like in Halo 1 and 2. And then the brutes, who are far more aggressive, but do not have the regenerating power armor. They do have power armor. It just doesn't regenerate after a certain point. In Halo 3, as you know, once you disable a brute shields, they're disabled permanently. They break off exactly. You could still... you could still have that. Just make the brutes far more aggressive. Elites may not be as aggressive. Is that a needler? I don't think I'm going to attempt to take my Warthog through here. This looks like a death trap for my Marines if I just drive in there. I might leave them up here on top so they can give me supporting fire. This might kill them though. There's another brute. That is a brute needler. I think it's called the Shredder. Yes. Yep, exactly. Halo-litical. Exactly. 100% agree. Make the elite strategic. Make the brutes just insane. Yeah. Whoa. Oops, oops, oops. I didn't mean to press the grenade button. I need a health pack. I need a cow. I'll find some wheat and 1 egg now. Okay. Maybe I should, like, try out some Covenant weapons. Give the assault rifle and battle rifle a rest. I want to try some brute weapons, though. The question is the Spiker going to have that overheating effect, like in Halo Reach? Because if so, that would be epic! Let's try the Shredder. Yeah, see that animation there where you put that, like, big crystal in the Shredder? That's kind of what I was talking about earlier, where I'm like, that gives away too much of how a needler-like weapon works. Kind of like the canister that you stick inside of the needle rifle in Halo Reach. It's like, that was... The needler reload animation was meant to be very abstract and just like, how in the world does this thing work? Like, this doesn't, you know, it's meant to be alien. $78 spikes for Spiker. There's the carbine. I'm gonna stick with the Spiker. I like the Spiker. Ooh, Halo 3 music. There's more Shredder. It's the Shredder. Oh. An interesting rate of fire. Wait, is it shooting more than one projectile at a time? I can't tell. It is a brute chieftain with a fuel rod cannon. That's a cool choice, not gonna lie. Oh, that was a direct hit. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. I need to... Yeah, it does. It does heat up. There we go. Okay, so the fuel rod cannon detonates. Here we have a brute torture device. I like the hologram flags. You only ever see that in Halo 2, and I thought that was kind of an interesting concept to have the hologram flags. Brute murder post, yep. Okay, so this is... Okay, I just now noticed this. Look at the stars. It's daytime, but you can see the stars in the skybox. That's a stylistic choice that you only really ever see in Halo, but I think is really cool because it kind of shows you how thin the atmosphere on the Halo ring is. I think that's pretty cool. Is there anything back here? I think we go there later. I have played this like once before. Like about 5 years ago I played SPV 3. And the guy who made SPV 3 added the silent cartographer into SPV 3. Which apparently the original developers of SPV 3 didn't like. Because the guy changed a lot of the design. I can't remember, did I pick up a health pack at the brute murder post because now I have more health than I did earlier? Or did my health just regenerate? Okay, so you see all of this. You see how this is a totally different mission from like the original Silent Cartographer? Like, it's just a completely... I mean, it has the same objectives. You have to go to a security checkpoint. The door gets locked. But you see how this is basically a new mission? This is what I would want out of the Halo 1 remake. I don't want to play the same mission that I played like 2 decades ago. I mean, if I'm going to be paying for a new experience, I kind of want a new experience. If I want to play the original Silent Cartographer, I'll just stick in the Halo 1 disc into one of my Xboxes, or I'll play it on MCC. I think it's totally okay. If you want to move that crate, move the crate. The argument might be, well, the PlayStation people, they don't, this is their chance to, you know, play a kind of the original, you know, the original level. And then I'm like, okay, then port MCC to PlayStation then. The jackals are very aggressive with their carbines in this mod, and I actually really like that. They know how to lay down suppressing fire. the exact reason why jackals with carbines exist. Yeah. I mean, kind of like how I was talking about earlier, where now there's basically two different types of Halo fans. You have original Bungie fans, and you have Reclaimer Saga fans. And Halo Studios is in the difficult position to have to cater to both. So there's nothing that Halo Studios can do that will make everybody happy. That's just the reality of the situation. And you can't really blame them. I mean, you can blame them because they are kind of the ones who made the Reclaimer Saga. I mean, they went under a different name, but it's most of the same people, most of the same leadership. I don't think like Kiki Wolfkill is there anymore, or like is Frank O'Connor even still working on Halo, or is he gone too? I don't know. What, Bonnie Ross is gone. Yeah. But I agree with you. The best thing that they can do is just avoid retcons. The moment that they retcon stuff, that's just like how they retconned Forerunners being ancient humans with the terminals in Halo 3 and then eventually with Halo 4. That was one of the worst possible retcons they could have made. And it really kind of damaged the series, I think. And I think they know that. The leaves have collision. The tree branches have collision. I was afraid I was going to get stuck there for a second. Yeah. Like, Halo 4 has its fans that like the story for sure. Like, they were doing something... I think they were doing something compelling with the whole Master Chief and Cortana plotline of Cortana becoming rampant and needing to find a way back to Earth to get her, like, fixed. Like, I can appreciate what they were trying to do. It just was kind of tone deaf with the rest of the series. And you have... there's good reason to like it. I'm somebody, like, if if you want to talk about, like, Star Wars, for example, where there's a lot of people saying they should retcon the sequel trilogy, I'm in the camp of, like, yeah, I don't like the sequel trilogy. I don't really get enjoyment out of watching it. I think the story is kind of lame. I like the actors. I like Daisy Ridley. I like John Boyega. But the problem is not with the actors, but the story. And people are like, they just need to retcon the sequels. And I'm like, yeah, but there's hundreds of people who put a ton of work into, like, The Force Awakens and The Last Jedi and the Rise of... maybe not The Rise of Skywalker, who probably cared a lot about the movie they were making, and it would kind of be hard to just throw away all that work by retconning them. Like, that's kind of a... you can't... that would... if I was in charge of Star Wars, I don't know if I could make that decision of retconning the sequel trilogy. Because at the end of the day, that is a lot of people's work that they cared about, you know. And while the sequel trilogy suffered immensely from mismanagement, the little details of the sequel trilogy were fine, you know. I mean, the whole thing about Kylo Ren's lightsaber being like having a cross guard because it has to vent like all this extra energy because it's a cracked crystal, like that stuff's cool. You know. And I mean, there's a lot of redeeming qualities about the sequel trilogy, on top of it being a lot of people's life work. It's like, you know, I feel like in a way retconning is kind of disrespectful to people who genuinely cared about the art that they were making, but at the same time, it's like, but it also in a way kind of disrespects the art that came before it, which is like the question of like, is retconning good or not? This room reminds me of a server room. This is like a Forerunner server room. Kind of an interesting room layout. Yeah, Snoke was going to be Plagueis. A lot of people were expecting that. I was kind of thinking the same thing at one point as well. It turns out that J.J. Abrams and the rest of the people who worked on those movies also didn't know who Snoke was either. Again, just wild mismanagement. Like, if they... I'm gonna try the Needler. If... I would be totally... I'm gonna say this right now. I'd be totally up with a reboot of the sequel trilogy. Keep all of the same actors. Keep Daisy Ridley, keep John Boyega, keep Adam Driver, keep... the actress who played Rose Tico. I can't remember her name. Like, keep all of them. Just make the writing so much better. And it'll be fine, you know. Now, that'll be difficult to do because Carrie Fisher is no longer alive, but so they've kind of missed their ability to do that. But, yeah. I think overall it would probably be a good idea to reboot, like, the Reclaimer saga. Maybe not even make it the This is some interesting looking hunters. Oh God. Oh God. Come on. Okay. Hunter's down. Can I go up? Do I go? I think I go up to that level where they came down from. It's been a while since I played this. I think after I finish this mission, though, I think I'm going to end the stream. It is late, and I do need to go to bed, but I might stream tomorrow, because this has been a lot of fun. We're not even at the point where we're disabling the security system yet. This is such a massive expansion of the Silent Cartographer. Ooh, look at this subterranean area. Do I have a... I can't zoom in.
Use the hollow panel to shut down the security system.
Okie dokie. Look at this hologram. They got this whole room for the security hologram. This is pretty cool. The building schematic.
Good. That should open the door that leads into the main shaft.
It's the Elite Zealot. So I don't think we have to go this way. I think we can backtrack the way we came, but I'm gonna go the intended route. Let me do something real quick. It's late and I gotta take this medicine. And I gotta wait like 45 minutes after I take it to take my other medicine. Because I'm getting old. No, not really. It's just because my esophagus doesn't work correctly. Maybe because I'm getting old.
Understood. We're on our way. Chief, Bravo 22 was bringing us some heavy weapons. After I saw we were up against hunters, I thought you could use them. Let's move down the beach. Keep an eye out for any cargo we can salvage.
Okay, I thought that was a window there for a second, but no, you can just jump off. That grunt had its methane tank destroyed. More Halo 3 music. Oh my gosh. I wasn't paying attention. I mean, I was, but it's an invisible elite with an energy sword. That's a Halo 3 looking elite. I should probably pick up that plasma rifle. We're heading back down to the beach. Or are we? We should go into this store over here, see what's inside. It's probably just an elevator up to the top level. I'm gonna have to figure out this camera autofocus issue. Okay, there's a shade turret. I'm gonna have to figure out how to deal with that. I guess a grenade would work. Grenade worked. Good lord. Oh yeah, it's needler time. Did that super combine kill that elite? It looked like there were two of them. And the first one didn't kill the elite, but the second one did.
Welcome to the party.
It's a mess, sir. We're scattered all over this valley. Until you showed up, I thought we were cooked.
I had a shot. Careful, it could be anywhere.
I'm gonna get a... yeah, battle rifle. Why is this battle rifle... oh, it's because it was out. It was low on ammo. Maybe we should get a rocket launcher. I just now realized this is a Gauss hog. That's cool. Oh, we got Marines pushing up. We need to support them. I didn't realize that. Wow, look at these. Look at these ramps. It's like these ramps were put here just for a vehicle to make a jump of faith across.
Oh yeah.
If it sounds like I'm I'm heavily criticizing this mission, I don't mean to. I think this is awesome. I really like what they did for the most part. I mean, there was so much work that went into this that it's amazing that this exists at all. Hold on. I forgot about this. You see that? You see that wall over there? Looks like there's a wall in the skybox. That is the edge of the Halo ring. Isn't that cool? Oh, and it's even tilted to the side. Kind of like in Halo Reach. I just now noticed that. The Halo Reach Forge world. Oh, that's so cool. That's really cool. Oh. Kind of in a small arena for this Warthog. And this is where Foe Hammer enters into at the end of this mission, where we go to assault the control room. I don't think I'm gonna take my Warthog any further. Maybe I will. Dang. Well, we're back here. That ODST just no-scoped the crap out of these grunts. Continues to do it. ODST has impeccable aim. Oh! Oh, that sucks. Hopefully the sniper rifle can... I don't think it's going to be able to do anything against the Wraith. Okay, we gotta really focus on this Wraith here before we get memed on again. There we go. Oh my gosh. I just don't want my ODSTs to die. I don't care what happens to me. That is a really good point. maybe Campaign Evolved got inspired by the Silent Cartographer Evolved. But the difference between the Silent Cartographer Evolved and Campaign Evolved is that at least the level design makes sense for you to take the Warthog through the interior island. in this mod and not campaign evolved. But that's a really funny observation. Look at this. This is just about identical to the original. This foyer area. Okay, we just gotta see if the cutscene is still in the game. Oh, it has... okay, we can only go this way. We have to watch the cutscene. Shafted. You can't see the text because my webcam's blocking it. There he goes, kicking the thing down the shaft. I wasn't paying attention. I didn't see what it was. Okay, let's activate this bridge. So one thing about this mod is that when you play the original, you'll realize that the security station is inside of the same shaft as the map room. You just have to access it from the other end of the island. But in this mod, the security station is actually in a completely different building than the map room. We're going deeper. This is like the mission regret in Halo 2. It reminds me of the mission regret. Where you're kind of, now I don't think this is underwater, I think it's just under a cave, but you're kind of, you see windows to the outside environment. I think that's pretty cool. There's also the plants from 343 Guilty Spark and Gravemind in Halo 2. Negative. Negative. Give them heck, Marine.
We'll be in a tight spot if we don't get out of here before additional reinforcements arrive. Let's find that map.
Hope they give them heck, hope they give them heck, hope they give them heck. Get stuck. What happened? Did that grenade just like oh, okay, it did kill the elite. I just didn't hear an explosion or anything. I'm gonna get the carbine. This is an auto carbine. In the SPV3 version, it's called the particle carbine, and it's like on a battery. And it has like a little screen where you, excuse me, I'm talking. I think the particle carbine design in SPV3 kind of looks a little weird. I think it makes more sense to have the carbine as an energy weapon with a battery and not like a cartridge or some like cylinder, whatever, that loads ammunition in, but I think the visual design is a little weird. Oh my gosh. Does anybody know if like these brute things are from like an official piece of Halo material, or if they were just made up for this mod? What's my other weapon? Oh, rocket launcher. I want to save that. I don't need to waste that on a brute. There you are. I was wondering who was shooting at me with carbine. I like that you can crouch jump up to here. Infinite had similar brute installations. Yeah. Now that you say that, I remember that. Now that you say that, I remember that. Is that what I said? Although this mod came out before Infinite, I think. It did on Halo Custom Edition. And then it was used in SPV3, which I definitely played before Halo Infinite came out. SPV3 is like, and is interesting. I wouldn't say I disliked it. A lot of people are very critical, understandably. I think the firefight stuff is cool. The amount of content you get out of SPV3 is pretty cool. I just know a lot, it rubbed people the wrong way. Mainly the writing of like the, which I didn't read. I didn't read the data pads or anything that are in it. I pretty much skipped all of that. So I don't know what the criticisms are or how accurate the criticisms are. I just played the game. It's a regular Magnum. I will say some of the like level design was just a little, it was okay. But there was that, I think it was the Kestrel or whatever.
There, power source detected. Let's get to work.
Oh, we gotta go all the way down there. We gotta activate the, we gotta start the power up so we can power the map. I just remember, SPV3 did not make 2 Betrayals better at all. I remember actually disliking 2 Betrayals in SPV3. The problem with a lot of aerial vehicles in Halo 1 mods is that they don't feel good to drive. I remember this room being pretty hard. It's kind of meant to be like a boss room. But I haven't played SPV3 in probably 5 years at least. Actually, probably 6 or 7 years. I remember I played it before COVID, and that was the last time I played it. I thought the firefight was cool in the sense that you could have heroes like Captain Keyes, who has a golden gun. I thought that was really cool. Why don't I go ahead and just activate this guy?
Keep it up.
You know what this section kind of reminds me of? It reminds me of a bigger version of Desolation from Halo 2. Where you do have like this middle area with these side paths that snake around. Oh my god. I need a health pack so badly. Okay, apparently there's hunters. I don't know how long they've been here. We got X-ray mode enabled. Fortunately, I have a rocket launcher to deal with them. All right. I think that this is Halo 3 music too. This is definitely Halo 3 music. This is like some of like the ARC music, I think. Bro, the jackal shields deflect brute shot grenades. It's not how it usually works. I don't know if I can say that's a bad decision, but it's not consistent with the rest of the games. I could probably center myself in the webcam a little bit more. Not that it really matters. I don't know if I hit the guy. I did, I think. I don't know if I should. I shouldn't have done that. I don't know if I hit it, but that was just kind of reckless. I just panicked a little bit. Oh, you know what I could do? Boom. That was a good use of rocket launcher ammo. Still got like one more jackal, I think. Oh, it's an elite. Man, there we go. At least we're getting use out of the brute shot. Not anymore, but we got some use out of it.
Objective accomplished. That hollow panel should activate the map.
Cortana, locate the nearest health pack for me. Ooh, what is... There's a lot of control panels all over the place. Which one is the right control panel? It's that one over there. What? Oh, I thought that was like a rifle. That was glowy.
Halo's control center is located there. That structure appears to be some sort of temple or shrine, if I've interpreted this correctly.
It's all up to interpretation. I've been sitting on my tailbone. Go ahead, Kurt. Oh.
Keep trying. Let me know when you've re-established contact, and then tell him that the Master Chief and I have determined the location of the control center. We'll be heading there as soon as we're topside.
Affirmative. Full hammer out.
There's your mantle symbol. What was that? Oh, it's the door opening. I thought something was coming after me. This is such a long mod. I'm not. That's not a complaint. I don't think Halo missions have to necessarily be short. I think ideally, like, the ideal length of a Halo mission is about 40 minutes long. Like, I think about, like, if you're not speed running it, like, think of the Covenant or the Ark. Those missions, if you don't, like, speed through those missions could easily take you, like, a good 40 minutes. We've really just been running on fumes for the last... Oh my gosh, you gotta be kidding me. Having to fight an elite in close quarters with, like, one sliver of health. We're saved! Mm-hmm. So much of that health I just got has melted away. I'm not playing very well. I'm playing pretty recklessly. I will admit. And this is normal difficulty, by the way. Just skill issue. There's no reason why Where did that grunt just not spawn this time? Now we're playing more epically. Yeah, see, we did that without losing any health that time. Just making it harder than it needed to be for no reason. Yeah, I was kind of confused as to what you meant. Player used Hunter Shield as a melee weapon. I think that... I don't know why that surprised me. I should have expected that. There we go. I think that would work if you gave, like, a different type of shield to a different type of hunter, because I think the shield that is, like, this... The shield that exists on the hunter just looks, like, way too heavy, even for a Spartan. And when I mean, like, too heavy, it's not that the shield is too heavy, but it would be, like, too awkward. It would be like if a Spartan tried using a big folding table or something. I don't think it would be, like, feasible, but if you could give a different type of hunter a different shield, I think that would work. Did I get everybody? No, my ODSTs. I think now some mods have already done this, but I think if you really, I think a really good idea for getting weapons from, let them finish this. That's where we're dropping. That was the Silent Cartographer Evolved. Oh, we get credits. I forgot about the credit sequence. So so if you have like different types of hunters, like an assault cannon hunter, which are the hunters from Halo 2 and 3, and then the fuel rod hunters from Halo 1 and Reach, if you could get them working to where when you kill them, their cannon gets dropped, and then you can use it as a third-person turret, carrying a turret like the flamethrower or machine gun turret, like in Halo 3 to Halo 4. You could, that could definitely work, and some Halo 3 mods have already been doing that. I think it's a pretty good idea. Lag. So the lag, I'm just gonna say the lag. I remember watching their YouTube videos of them making first-person animations way back in the day, and I was so impressed. They also made some third-person animations of like Spartans beating up elites, stuff like that I thought was really cool. I can't find any of those old videos anymore, which really sucks. They made a reload animation for the plasma rifle where you take the battery out and then put a new battery in the plasma rifle, and I thought that was kind of cool. I don't think it would work for gameplay reasons, but it was kind of a cool concept. The developer room? I didn't know there was a developer room. Oh wow, look at this. So I guess these are like... Okay, so those are checkpoints that you can just skip to. Captain Keyes, what are you doing here?
Good to see you, Master Chief.
Bro, there's just a fish here. Huh. Well, there was a DMR. Okay. We totally missed the DMR. Hold E to just... Okay. I wonder if this has all the weapons. What is this? Plant. Is that... There's Master Chief up there. Oh, it's a slideshow. I don't know. I don't know if Infinite does. I haven't played Infinite since, like, release. So, I don't remember if Infinite had a way to where you could get energy back for your depleted energy weapons. Is there anything else? I mean, it seems like I should be able to get up here. Get up there. I don't see a way to get up there, though. Unless I can swim up this waterfall like in Minecraft. I don't think that's gonna happen. I should really play through Halo Infinite again. Unfortunately, I just thought it was a very forgettable experience. I had fun playing it. It was just like... There was nothing in that campaign that really stuck to me as like a wow moment. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do anything else in here. Okay. Cool stuff, cool stuff. Oh, free roaming mode, okay. I mean, I don't really want to do that, but... Okay. That was, Silent Cartographer Evolved. Really just an amazing mod. I think that's going to be it for tonight because it's really late. I got to get to bed. But I might stream tomorrow. We'll probably do something else, like work actually on mods. I wanted to talk about Halo. Oh, that's similar to what you told about Plasma Rifle Reload. I have no idea. I don't remember. That being said, I think we'll end the stream here. My goal is to stream tomorrow. I'm definitely not going to stream on Thursday because Thursday is Thanksgiving, is it not? I'm going to be way too busy on Thanksgiving to stream. Yeah. But I probably will stream tomorrow if I don't have things I need to work on. So the stream tomorrow will probably be quite a bit shorter. It's definitely not going to go for 5, almost 6 hours long. But it might. We'll see. Depends on how much work I want to do with the mod. But anyway, hope you enjoyed the stream. I had a lot of fun. And like and subscribe and stay tuned for more streams, and take care, everybody. I think I am gonna peace out here. Yeah, thanks for tuning in, Art Turner. It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed talking to you and everybody else. So see ya. Bye everybody.